Ready? Everybody on all right?
Ready?
Okay. Oh, ready?
Everyone's ready? 5:30?
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, please, and we're going to begin with the Technology Committee. If you signed up and you want to speak tonight, when we get to the area where you want to speak, that you've checked off on here, please come up to the podium. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and we'll go from there. So if you want to speak, for example, on the first committee item, that's technology, come up, speak during technology. If you want to speak during budget, which I assume is what most people are here for, when we get to that section, the board will make a presentation, and then when we call your name, please come up to the microphone and give us your comments. So having said that, we'll begin with technology, and I will turn it over to Mr. Weber.
Okay, I'd like to open up our Technology Committee meeting and turn it over to Mr. Hill.
All right, good evening, everybody. I have a quick update tonight for technology. What I have on the agenda tonight is an update on our E-rate Category 1 funding. We talked about this earlier in the year. We applied for this way back. I believe it was like October timeframe, November timeframe. So first of all, our E-rate discount increased this year to a 90% discount rate for the 26-27 school year. It was at an 80% discount rate, so that we get an extra 10% discount, which is good. And we did receive a funding commitment letter from USAC, they're the company that handles the E-rate program for the government. And that connection would typically call this is from Northern Lehigh School District to the IU. This is this connection, and it is $14,170.20. E-rate gave us a funding of $12,753.18. So the only thing the Northern Lehigh School District pays is $1,417.02. That's what we will pay for the connection for the entire year for that E-rate year. We also applied, if you remember, we applied for Slatington Elementary to Peters Elementary School as well. We have a connection there. That is still, the status on that is still pending, waiting for approval. It's still under E-rate review. Sometimes that happens. These things come out what they call waves of E-rate. They have wave 1, wave 2. Every couple weeks they have another wave that comes out, and sometimes they can drag on. But we did not receive any indication from them that we're under any kind of review yet. As far as they do sometimes like what they call a program integrity audit, and sometimes they just ask for more information. We did not receive any communication from them, so it's literally just says still waiting for approval. So I'm sure we'll hear from that in the next month or so, and I will update the board as soon as we get the confirmation on that connection. So any questions on that?
What is E-rate funding? I think I asked you that once before, but I forgot.
The E-rate funding, that's a program run by it's federal funding. It's run by the federal government. It's run by the FCC. They run the program, and basically what it is to provide technology for school districts. So category 1 is what they call connections. That's like connections, internet connections between buildings, and also it's for our main internet connection to the IU. And then we also apply some years for category 2 funding. Category 2 is things such as network switches, wireless access points, and things of that nature. So yep, that's what the E-rate program is. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Then I'll close our committee meeting and turn the meeting over to Mrs. Snyder for the technology.
And I will open up the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting and turn it over to Mr. Mann, wherever he is. Hello.
Over there.
Thank you, Mrs. Snyder. First on my agenda is the parking lot lights for the stadium. If everyone remembers, we had brought this up to the committee once before. Later, actually earlier in the year, we chose to wait until our new budget, so come July 1st. We went back to GNR. They gave us a new proposal for July 1st. The new proposal is $8,921. It's an increase of $1,290 from the last time we asked for a proposal from them.
Is that still lower than what we had been quoted previously?
Correct. The other two quotes, this is still lower than the other two quotes that we had, yes.
Okay.
Do you know when you're gonna be installing those?
Over the summer sometime, in between when we're getting the turf done. Again, there's a lot of stuff going on in the stadium. And with the parking lot, there's gonna be very likely construction with the turf is gonna be utilizing the parking lot to hold stuff. There'll probably be tractor trailers in there with material. So in between then, we'll figure it out how to get them in there.
Well,
So it'll be finished before the start of football.
I'm glad to see that happening because really, come the fall, and the days are shorter, and the darkness out there, I think this is a safety event, and I really think we need to do that. So I'm glad to hear that's going to happen soon.
So with the committee's approval, I'd like to move it to Monday night for board approval.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. And next on my agenda is just a real quick information. We did have 14 applicants that put out for the summer custodial/maintenance position. Unfortunately, we can't have 14 students. So we did interviews, and with those interviews, we picked the top 7. We had one student that will be returning that worked with us last summer. The 7 that we picked went from our seniors on down. That way, that's what we have put in place to make it fair. Your students, or your seniors come first, then your juniors, your sophomores, down to your freshmen. That's the only real way that we could make it fair. So
I do
come
have-
Monday night, we'll have a list of those kids that we'll have for board approval.
How many total then for the summer workers would there be if they're all approved?
8.
So 8 total. And who supervises all 8 of them?
So that would be Charles Young.
So just one? So
Yes.
how do you keep 8 people busy in one project? Or are they separated where 4 would go out and do something?
Last summer, we did have that because we did have 4 returning students that were seniors and the underclassmen were juniors. So the top seniors had already worked for the summer and they really already knew kind of what they needed to get done. With the 8, we're just going to keep them in one building at a time. That way Charles isn't running all over the place. And we have more than enough work in each individual buildings to keep 8 students
Yeah, my
occupied.
concern was just that if there's kids, that are set to go do something and
Yeah,
then they kind
we-
of don't know what to do.
Yes.
Are they waiting or have to wait for the supervisor to come and, have downtime?
Correct.
So that was my concern. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Green, we need to actually go back. I inadvertently missed. Mr. and Mrs. Jakovich both wanted to speak on the technology committee.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna ask that we allow them to go back and speak on.
Can we finish this one, and then before we go to the next one, we'll do that, okay?
All right, so is there anything else that you have?
If there's no more questions, that's it for me.
Does anyone have any questions for him? All right, then we will close the Building and Grounds Committee and turn it over to Finance, but I think Matt's gonna add someone in.
You want me to reopen the technology committee?
I think that would make it
Yeah.
official that we open.
So I'm going to reopen our technology committee meeting and turn it over to Mr. Link.
So, Mr. or Mrs. Jakovich, Mr. Jakovich, you're listed first.
So this kind of has to do with finance as well too, but I know, we're flirting around with potentially cutting the band positions and other positions with that are instructional. But 2020, 2021, we moved the principal to, I believe, his current position as Director of Educational Technology. My question would be, how as a small school district do we justify this position? He's been in it for several years now. What have we seen in terms of improvements? Again, if I was looking to cut something, this fits into this realm here, I'd probably look there first. So from the board, from Mr. Link, from Mr. Green, whoever wants to answer, what improvements have we seen to justify carrying this position, $165,000 plus benefits? How do we justify that?
So again, Mr. Jakovich, it is public comment. It's not up to the board to respond to questions. They're here to listen to public comment.
Yeah, which usually happens every meeting where everybody just kind of sits there and they don't respond. I think it would be good for the public to actually get a response, because I watch the meetings and again, people, they speak here and nobody responds. They just kind of sit there, you guys look at each other. I'm asking a pretty, legit question, considering you're thinking about potentially cutting the band, the business department, other things like that. I think that's a reasonable question to answer, either as, from high school administration or, from superintendent, the assistant superintendent. Somebody should be able to answer that question, or at least they all get back to you, and I'll give you, these were the improvements over the last several years. I don't see that at any meeting. I don't see any response, or even the board to even care to go back and then research about it. So nobody's probably going to respond, I guess.
I would ask that you wait until we get further into the meetings tonight. You will hear more information.
Okay. And I just want to point out too, back in 2021, I did point out to not move the principal to that position because it was ESSER funds. The ESSER funds ran out, and what did you guys do? You added to the general budget. So that was a mistake, and I said not to do it back then, and you guys did it, and now we have this burden, financial burden on the school district that's ultimately hurting the students at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jakovich. Mrs. Jakovich here this evening.
She's not here yet.
Okay. And that is all we had on technology. We did move through buildings and grounds. Mr. Jakovich, you had also signed up for buildings and grounds.
I'm okay on that one, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, then I'll close the technology committee meeting, and would you like me to turn it over to the education committee?
Finance.
Finance.
Finance, I'm sorry, finance, and that would be Mrs. Cole.
Good evening, everyone. The first thing here is food service department. So is Nikki here? We'll turn it over to Nikki.
Good evening. I just had like two.
Mrs. Fink, can you come up to the podium just so we can all hear you a little bit better in the larger room?
Can't hear anything.
Thank you.
So your voice can be heard over YouTube. Good evening. I just had a couple updates, and the first one was just this time each year we just assess our meal costs, like our price per meal for the upcoming school year, whether or not we need to make an increase or not in that. And this year we've decided not to make an increase after assessing our food service account. And just to remind everybody, we will be doing CEP again next year, which provides free breakfast and lunch for the students. This potential increase in prices, which I said we aren't going to do, would just be for like a second meal if the students choose to do that, and for staff meals. And next year will be year 4 of our CEP cycle. It's run for 4 years, and then we can, as we're eligible, we can reapply for another 4-year cycle. But that's really all I had to update this evening. Any questions or?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Thank you, Mrs. Fink.
Budget presentation is next. Do we want to present, or do we want to listen to questions? What do you prefer?
I'm going to propose that we present and then open it up to community members that signed up to speak, and then we'll bring it back to the school board to discuss.
That's fine.
Yep, thank you.
You will share.
Okay, thank you. This evening, we will be doing our first June presentation on the proposed final budget for the 26-27 school year. This will be a review of some previous information and some additional information for the board to consider as they make a decision for final budget approval.
All right, this slide is our building level budget amounts for 26-27. Again, you'll see in a later presentation that we reduced the building level budgets by 2%. So these new numbers are the 2% reduction numbers in each one of the buildings.
Okay, up next, this is the employee profile. These numbers on the far right column have not changed. You'll note that it includes one business teacher at the high school and retains the secondary music position. This could change based on board decision. So I'm going to ask that we keep our comments until we go through the entire presentation. And then if you sign up, then you can come up to speak. Okay, next we're going to look at each building. This is, again, like Mrs. Molatoris noticed, reduced by 2% from previous presentation, resulting in a $1,330 deduct from the budget deficit. Elimination of the Canvas platform, resulting in a $1,683 deduction from the budget deficit, and elimination of the one-to-one Chromebook at the K-2 level, or Peters Elementary School. This will actually be a deduction that appears in the technology budget of $70,000 if the board approves it. Next, we have a reduction of 2% from Slatington Elementary School, and this results in a $1,600 deduction. At the middle school, reduced by 2% from previous presentation, resulting in a $1,116 deduction. And it also has within these numbers the retention of the music teacher / band director position. The high school also reduced by 2%, which is a little over $3,200. Recommended action is to reinstate the business teacher position by transferring a teacher with the necessary certification and to retain the music and band director position, which is shared between the two secondary buildings.
In May, we presented a list of other departmental adjustments that the board was to consider, so I'm just going to briefly go over them again. The technology, the recommendation was to cut the technology and the one-to-one devices in the K through 2 building. The slide you saw earlier for Peters Elementary School represented that at $70,000. If you heard Mr. Hill's presentation this evening under the technology, he has over $14,000 budgeted for the internet process throughout our buildings, and because of E-rate, that's only going to be about $1,500. However, we don't have the Peters Elementary from Slatington to Peters cost yet. He's figuring as long as E-rate goes through, it's going to be about the same amount of money. So we've recommended to cut another $10,000 out of his budget. So that's how we get to the $80,000. The Northern Lehigh Police Department, his budget was reduced or will be reduced if the board agrees to it by $5,000. The superintendent's budget by $5,000. Professional development budget by $10,000. The board budget by $5,000, the legal budget by $5,000, district property insurance, those are, we received our district insurance rates towards the middle of last month. That did come in at a little over $10,000 more than I had budgeted. It was like $10,000 and change, so I'm recommending cutting that $10,000 out of that budget as well. Slatington Public Library donation of $5,000, the special education budget by $5,000. A recent board update that I did reference the CR money that we do a transfer every year from the donations that we get from St. Luke's goes into our CR account. We're recommending not doing that this year, and that will be $74,969 that we can use to offset district expenditures.
Mrs. Moltors, can you explain CR?
Sure, sorry, capital reserve account. So we move money out of our general fund in order into the capital reserve. So the capital reserve can be used for purchases for upkeeps and maintenance of our buildings and other areas within the district. We originally were doing this with the understanding that we had put money into the scoreboard, sorry, not the scoreboard, the baseball softball field, and to date we have replenished all the money that we spent out of CR to close that gap from the bond to what we actually needed for the entire project. And because of that, now everything that we put in there is over and above money, so it's not repaying back anymore. So for this year, we could use this money to offset some of our athletic fund expenses. Transportation reduction, we found a couple of ways where we can reduce our transportation costs, and that's to the amount of $144,780. Seems minimal, but LCTI reduction, so when we approved our LCTI budget, it was actually $163 less than what was originally in the budget, so I reduced that as well. So for all of these other district budget adjustments, we're looking at reducing that original deficit by $358,872. The next set of recommendations that we're making is salary and benefit reductions. So the first is administrative salaries. It's a reduction of $16,094. That is not anybody at this point taking a cut in their pay. It is money that was originally in the budget based on negotiations and stuff that we're encountering in that time, and that those have come in better. So we are reducing those by $16,094. Our workers' compensation rates came in much better than originally anticipated, so I did cut that by $36,507. One of our permanent subs, she was originally, or that person was originally earmarked for family medical coverage, but when the choice came out last month, the person took single, so I could cut $26,452 out of our expenditures because it's a single cost for insurance versus a family. We are recommending the removal of one permanent sub, taking the district down from 4 permanent subs to 3, and that will be through attrition from a permanent sub who has given us notice that they will be resigning. And that is a savings of $50,286. Recommendation to cut the department chairs, which is a stipend that people get within, professional staff get within departments. $29,134, and that we are recommending cutting. However, we do have money in the budget for curriculum rate, for them to still be a part of the curriculum council and things where they discuss curriculum and education, and that we would be paying them the per diem rate for, go ahead.
Contractual.
Right, I'm sorry, contractual rate of $40 an hour for them to continue to participate in that. So we can cut the department chairs, but we still have the ability to pay them and for to be able to be used in the capacity as long as they're willing to still help us. Paraprofessional attrition, we have 4 paraprofessionals that are resigning or retiring by the end of the year. So the recommendation is not to fill those positions. So that's a savings at $115,057. And then our one business position, as Dr. Link had mentioned, under the high school, that there is a way that internally with a retirement, or I'm sorry, internally with shifting staff, somebody who is certified in a business, has a business cert, can be moved into that business position, and then we still retain the business position, but we actually go down a position due to retirements happening. So that's a savings of $122,783, and that total for this page is $396,315. Now, as this page that I just mentioned came with a lot of deducts for personnel, but the offset of that is when you lose a position as a professional or any kind of position within the district, we pay FICA and retirement on those positions. Because of that, we lose the revenue of that. So we're no longer getting that revenue because we're not paying that revenue. Or we're not paying that expense, I mean. So what happens is the state gets 50% of that and we get 50% of that. That's how we pay for our features and retirement and FICA and other benefits. So because of that, this is actually an increase to our budget because we're no longer going to receive those revenues that we anticipated on getting based on those salaries. So this is where you're going to see the reduction in the FICA, the retirement, the premium share, because if they're not getting our insurance, we're not getting their premium shared money amount. The medical insurance offset, so same thing. We use portion of our fund balance we have earmarked for increases to FICA and medical and retirement, which is that $51,000 and the $67,000. However, when we start to remove people from them, we don't need as much of that. We aren't using as much of that fund balance to cover that, so that money is going back in. So it's actually an increase then of $213,648 to offset the other page. And then lastly, our revenue increases. So we have actually put more revenue into our budget, which means that's going to, again, deplete our deficit. So our deficit will go down because we're increasing our revenues. So because of that, we still had roughly about $75,000 in basic ed subsidy that I did not budget for because we never know where the state's going to end up at. We have put another $50,000 into the basic ed subsidy. Special ed, I had about $40,000 unbudgeted, so I put another $25,000 in there. Medical insurance offset increase of $121,000. Donation that we see from the Education Foundation for our STEAM camp busing. Since we showed the busing side as an expense, I needed to show that we're getting the revenue from the Education Foundation in order to cover that, so that's that. We increased the interim real estate tax rate, so we increased that by roughly about $3,500. Real estate transfer tax, this goes on people selling their properties and us getting the real estate transfer tax from when properties sell. It's been projecting a little bit better than anticipated over the last 2 to 3 years. So we have now increased that. Just have to be concerned, this is all if this comes to fruition. If people still continue to sell their homes, we're still gonna get real estate transfer tax, but it depends on the property and the market value of people selling homes. And then delinquent per capita, I increased that by $2,000. So it's another $255,688 that can be reduced from our deficit.
Good start.
Okay. So on our April deficit, this is kind of a slide on where we've been and where we're going. So the April deficit was $3,275,211. For those of you who've been either paying attention to our committee meetings and watching, or board meetings and watching, or been present at them, we did have a one-time use of purchases for one-time purchases and for fund balance use for our debt service payment, along with Peterson healthcare increases, as I stated. So that was, we were already anticipating using $1,259,150 out of our fund balance, leaving us with a total April deficit at that point in time of $2,016,061. And then the board did approve a 4.8% tax increase, which is a 4.37 blended rate between Lehigh County and Northampton County. So if the board did approve a tax increase at that amount of percentage of increase, we would realize $861,000 in additional revenues, meaning our total deficit would be $1,154. I'm sorry, $1,154,187. And then our new total deficit then for April was $1,154,187. Our total building and department budget deductions were $358,872. The slide that had the salary and benefit reduction was $396,315. Our revenue loss based on salary and benefit reductions was $213,648. So again, that was adding back into our deficit. And then our revenue increase, which was then taking away from our deficit of $255,688. Currently, right now, we have a June budget deficit of $356,960.
Okay. So picking up there, the June budget deficit is currently at $356,960. We have a staff member who's on an emergency certification, and we are under no obligation to renew that emergency certification into a second year, as well as we are able to cover that person's responsibilities with other staff in the same department. So there, that would be a deduction of $84,876. And administration is recommending that that position, that emergency certification, not be reapplied for. If the board so chooses, the secondary music and band instructor would be an additional savings of $82,223. And then that's a total savings of $167,099, which brings down the budget deficit, if those two positions are eliminated, to $189,861. That is with the blended 4.32 tax increase. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about the long-term fund balance expenditures. Last month and months before that, we had recommended the replacement of this upcoming school year, the water softener and filtration system at the high school, new furniture, or additional new furniture at Slatington Elementary School, and additional new furniture at the Northern Lehigh High School. Administration is recommending that going into this year, we pause those recommendations to be able to retain, so we don't unnecessarily decrease our fund balance. So we're recommending that we push off those and then reconsider next year, along with other items that are already currently on the list. We are still recommending, and we've actually moved forward with this already, the purchase of the math curriculum for K-6. That would be long-term fund balance expenditures for the upcoming school year. Other deficit reduction options administration was asked to consider. Elimination of a one-to-one Chromebook program through 6th grade. If that was eliminated, that would be a savings of $40,000. We are not recommending this. Administration is not recommending this. You're only going to realize that savings in the first year because we still have to renew leases after that first year, which is going to put additional costs back into the budget. And in those grades, from third grade up, all state assessments are mandatory online assessments. Elimination of transportation altogether, approximate cost of $1.9 million. Administration is not recommending this due to family hardships and equity issues. Reduction of competitive middle school sports, $50,000. We are not recommending this. Negative impact on the feeder program for varsity sports and equitable access to supervised extracurriculars. Those are options. Administration is not recommending any of those options. Other deficit reduction options administration was asked to consider. Elimination of one support position in each school main office. We are not recommending this to operational necessity. They are mission critical to making sure that those offices run efficiently, smoothly, and that there is coverage for when other people that work in the office are out. Reduction in business HR office staff, not recommended again to operational necessity. Each support staff person or each person in that department has a very unique role that they play in making sure that the district's finances and HR responsibilities are met. Elimination of an assistant principal. We are not recommending this due to documented positive impact on operations, safety, student and staff support, instructional leadership, and significant reduction in discipline referrals in both elementary buildings. We are not recommending that. We are not recommending that that position be eliminated. The work that is already accomplished because of that position is quite honestly astounding for the first year. Elimination of the education, technology, curriculum, and instruction department. We are not recommending this. It would cause immediate regression in services to students and staff, negative impact on professional learning, curriculum and assessment review, selection and implementation of curriculum and assessments. Additionally, inhibit the district's ability to review, select, or build technology platforms in a timely and cost-effective manner. Prior year tax increases are behind me. I know it's hard to see all the numbers, but really it's been hovering. It's always been approved at the adjusted index, and then the final approved tax has always been lower, most recently at 2.5%. Administration wants to make it very clear that if we continue to do around a 2 or a 2.5, we will be in the same position moving forward. We recognize that a blended 4.32% will likely not be approved. We recognize that, but we strongly caution the board to not go too low.
And this is the prior year's composite data of revenues versus expenditures. So this slide has been shown before. If you see, the expenditures are in the red line, and the blue line is our revenues. As you can see, as the years go on, our revenues are getting less and our expenditures are creeping up, which is exactly what Dr. Link had said in the previous slide. With last year, the offset between expenditures and revenues, and when I say last year, I mean 24-25 school year, we ended at only a $500,000 above and over our expenditures. So we did realize $500,000. However, next year, if you see how it's been progressing, next year it's going to go the other way, which is exactly what we're seeing as we're creating our budget now. Our expenditures are superseding what our revenues are. This is our homestead farmstead slide. So this year, everybody who has applied and is approved for homestead farmstead, they will see $504.58 reduction on their tax bill. This is up roughly $4.70-some cents, 60-some cents over last year.
Again, we encourage you, if you are eligible to do so, please make sure that you enroll in the Homestead Farmstead Relief Program.
And so the impact on the property owners. So again, we can only increase taxes to our 4.8%, which is the 4.32 blended rate. which was approved in the preliminary budget in April, which is an estimated $858,000 in additional tax revenue at a collection rate of 94.75%. So a median assessed home in Lehigh County is assessed at $152,550. So if you chose to do the max at the 4.32 blended, a Lehigh County home at the middle level assessed value would pay $111.97 more in real estate taxes. We show it down as far as a 3.5%, and in Lehigh County, they would receive $79.68 in additional additional taxes, which is our real revenue tax base. Northampton County, again, because of the difference in the two counties and the state tax equalization board, Northampton County at a 4.32 blended rate would have an increase of $181.61 in their tax bill if passed a tax mill at the max. And if they went down to a 3.5 in Northampton County, they would pay $150.20. And again, that is after a home at $46,250, which is the median assessed home value, and that is after the rebalancing. That would be Northampton County rates. So tax revenue based on the percentage of millage rate increase. So tax dollars that we would get Northern Lehigh at a 4.8% or the 4.32 blended would be $858,546. If you see then, if we end at a 3.5, you're at $697,000. For every %quarter you reduce, you're losing roughly $50,000 of revenue. Which again, every time you reduce, you lose that revenue moving forward, so you don't have that tax base going forward.
Okay. So to sum up, administration is recommending that the board does approve a tax increase. We're recommending that the board does use fund balance to pay for certain items, such as the math curriculum, and then other dedicated purposes like retirement and PSERS and healthcare. We are also recommending that the school board allow us to transfer a person into that business position that has been proposed, does not currently exist, but has been proposed as part of this budget process, so we can make sure that our business pathway stays a robust pathway. Administration is recommending that the board retain the secondary music teacher and band director position. I think that's it. So again, those are our recommendations. We're also not recommending all those other items that were outlined on those two slides. We're recommending all those other either budgetary, department, equipment, program, platform type budgets, and we can slide back to that when the board's ready to have those conversations. Additionally, we're also recommending that we adjust our projected revenue as well. So that being said, Mrs. Culp, I would like to open it up to community members that have signed up to have 5 minutes to speak.
That's fine.
Okay. So the first one that has signed up is Mr. Jakovitz.
So I requested this week, just to make everybody aware too, for a line item expense sheet. Does that exist from last year? You know, specifically what we spent as a school district. For example, like on, grounds, we spent X amount on, soil for the, the softball, baseball fields, a line item expense sheet. Does that exist?
Again, Mr. Jakovitz, it is public comment.
That's a simple question. So I'm going to request that through the right to know. I also think that's a waste of time to do that. The last time I did a right to know request, I was questioned by the school board. Why would I waste time to do that? I'm asking again, and also school board members, just because I can't ask, you can ask, and that's what you're elected to do. So don't sit there, don't listen to me. You can take what I am saying and you can ask questions as well when your discussion is up. So I suggest you do that as well. Also, it sounds like, it's still not hiring subs back, cutting the department chairs. That's all hurting students, in my opinion. So I would suggest not doing that. And in addition to anything that cuts to the students, one of the things is cutting $3,000 per building for the high school, middle, and elementary schools. We would recommend not doing that as well too. Again, in some way, shape, or form, that's hurting the students. I would ask, but I probably wouldn't get an answer. What is the surplus or fund balance that we have? It's somewhere around like $18 million. I'd probably look at using that money to cover some of the shortfalls. I would not cut anything instructional for the kids. There are other positions that could be looked at and should be looked at. Some of the things that I had reached out again for this week was a job description of upper administration. Possibly some of those can be restructured. You guys are looking at the restructured of instructional positions, but I haven't heard one discussion of restructuring upper admin positions. Has that been talked about at all? Did anybody propose that? I haven't heard it in any discussions. So I would probably look at that because I think you could probably combine some positions there, just like was proposed for the instructional positions, and you save a lot more money for that. Yeah, the other things I have are questions. I'm clearly not going to get a response for that, so I'll email and follow up with those. But I really think for the public, we need a specific line item expense sheet so we can look at where the money is actually being spent. It's nice to look at a presentation, and there's very vague categories there, but we don't know what exactly is being spent, what company it's being spent for. If I was doing a construction project, I would know everything down to the cent, and here I don't see that. It's not a clear showing of where the money is actually being spent. So if I have to do a right to know request to get that, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jakovich. Next, we have Kristen, Mrs. Jakovich.
So I really wanted to hear what was proposed first, and now I'm hearing that we're going back on the original proposal about music and things like that, which is fine, but I guess I can't ask questions, but in all of my time here, committee meetings were the time where you got to actually interact. So I was hopeful that that was what was going to happen, because I won't get the answer to my question, which is the new proposal, without cutting that, and with the taxes continuing to go up, we still haven't bridged the gap. Correct? But I guess we're not getting answers. I applaud Mr. Weber from the last meeting, who said to admin, do better, bring us something else back. We're still talking about nickels and dimes. We're still talking about instructional assistants. We're still talking about music. We're still talking about sports. Why? Why are we not talking about administration? We are extremely top-heavy for a very small district. Why are those conversations not happening? We look to the school board. Again, back to the right to know request, shouldn't have to go that route. Shouldn't waste time and resources and boatloads of money to get information that should be public knowledge. You see all the students that are here showing up for something that they believe in. And I heard Mr. Link say, we're not gonna look at middle school sports, which I appreciate, because it affects the students and the feeder program. Why weren't we worried about band? Why weren't we worried about music? The blood, sweat, and tears that Mr. Yonkman puts in, you're basically saying it's for naught. Why is he not acknowledged, like the sports coaches and everyone else? We're a sports family too. I want to see it all go back to the students. We've lived here for 10 years. My taxes go up exponentially every year, but we're not seeing anything. We finally saw new fields that weren't executed correctly, and we had to go back and get new permits, and we wasted a boatload of money. And there's so much fencing around it that was a waste of money that it looks like a jail cell. The dugouts aren't even enclosed to keep our kids protected from the rain. We put our faith in the school board, and I ask you to please hold them accountable. And when you go back and look at money before next week, when we have a budget to approve, please look at administration and why we added additional administration and what changed since then. How many more grants were written by the grant writer after we hired another assistant to the assistant? Thank you.
And next, we have Maria Van Norman.
Hi, Dr. Link, school school board members. Thank you for letting me speak
Can
tonight.
you bend the mic back a little bit? Can you bend the mic back? I mean, I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody. Or can you turn it up? I mean, can anybody else, can you guys hear?
I'll try to
No.
project better. I'll use my teacher voice. Is that okay? I have the unique qualifications, I guess you would say, to be able to stand here to speak with you tonight as a former teacher here at Northern Lehigh, as a band mom, and as a mom of a former football player. So I see all of it, and I get how budget items are so difficult. I would sit at my desk and get the new number for the year and go, oh my gosh, okay, well, what can I cut? So I don't envy you. But I would like to kind of say my piece about what I get to see with these kids and to talk about my own kiddo and what this program has done for all of us. My child entered 6th grade as a very quiet, anxious, reserved kiddo. And then Mr. Carroll and Mr. Yonkman offered to have them join the marching band. And it has given Storm a place where he's welcomed and feels like he belongs. And that was a turning point. I have watched him come out of his shell, take on leadership positions. He's going to be one of the 3 new drum majors next year. Now, if you would have asked me that 4 years ago, I would have said, my kid would never, never try out for that. And so I've seen just how amazing this program can be. This past year also, he suffered from a chronic pain condition called AMPS, Amplified Musculoskeletal Pain Syndrome. It's a big name. That's why we call it AMPS. And with that, it basically was where Storm's days were filled with pain. That became the new normal. And it was then that band became another lifeline. These kids, all of them, and the ones who couldn't make it tonight, saw that and knew that Storm didn't want to let the band down. And they stepped up. They carried his instruments and offered seats and cheered him on. And I watched it with my own eyes to see what is not only a program, but has become a family. I am the new band booster president for this coming year as of today. I spent last year as vice president, and I mean the friendships that I've made myself with the fellow parents have been amazing, and we work very hard. Who knew that instruments were that heavy? So these kiddos work so hard, and so I ask that, in hearing all of that, that you recognize it for them and for what Mrs. Tanzos has done and Mr. Carroll for many years before that, and see that it's needed, that these kids thrive. Some of them only in band, some of them in band and football, or band and cheer, or color guard. Our color guard has been amazing, and we're going to miss everybody who's leaving us. But, you know, I really appreciate what it has done for us in the Van Norman family. And so I'm hoping that we could help pass that on and keep that going over the next how many years that will be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Denise Minnick.
Good evening. My name is Denise Minnick. I'm a member of the Northern Lehigh Band Booster Executive Board. I serve as our treasurer. My son Darius is a sophomore. He's completing his 3rd year in the marching band. It has been a personal struggle for him at times, and I'd like you to know his story. Darius is completely blind in the right eye. He has been since birth. He's had multiple surgeries in Philadelphia as a baby, and doctors were unable to correct the issue. As a result of this, he has limited depth perception and balance issues. There are life skills he simply just does not have the ability to do, like ride a bike or catch a ball. Obviously, sports were not an option. In 3rd grade, he came home and asked us to attend the instrument petting zoo at school. I had no idea what he was talking about. While there, he picked up a trombone, played it with instruction from Mr. Yonkman and Mr. Carroll. He hasn't stopped since. He joined the elementary band and began to flourish. He came out of his shell, he grew more confident, he made new friends, and most importantly, he discovered a world where he fit. When he graduated to middle school, he continued in concert band. As he continued in 8th grade, his friends encouraged him to join the marching band. He had concerns and doubts and fears about being able to do it. When he spoke with Mr. Carroll and explained this, it was suggested he join the pit and play percussion the first year just to see how he liked it. He absolutely loved it. At the end of the year, the band transitioned to a new director. Mr. Yonkman and Mrs. Tanzos approached Darius and asked how he felt about actually marching in the show. Darius again had fears. He worried with his vision issues he wouldn't be able to complete the drills. They proposed an idea for him. They felt playing a new instrument might make it more feasible for him. Darius learned to play the euphonium. It was easier for him to play while marching at the same time. He came to love it even more than his trombone, and he's played it the last 2 seasons. Darius would not be the young man he is today without the help of these 3 amazing music teachers and band directors. Even when he doubted himself, they encouraged and supported him. They pushed him to accomplish things they knew he was capable of. In music and in band, he has found a family. These kids all have a story. They are unique individuals that come together and work so hard for the same goals. It's a world where everyone is welcome and everyone has a spot. They're friends no matter what grade and learn so much from each other. They spend endless hours practicing, performing at football games on Fridays, competing in their own shows every Saturday. These kids don't ask for a lot. In fact, they're frequently overlooked. They're actually even marching in 20-year-old band uniforms. Studies show that students who learn to play music consistently display significantly enhanced brain development, self-esteem, academic performance, social emotional skills, and cognitive abilities, as well as have higher school attendance rates. To take away this music teacher and band director position would be detrimental to so many. A band director position is a year-round commitment, from marching band to winter concert band, to jazz and percussion ensembles, to spring concert band. A small stipend wouldn't begin to cover it. Removing this position would effectively eliminate band. Would we really be the only school in the area without a band program? And what does this say to our elementary students who spend 3 years learning an instrument, then learning there's nowhere to go from there? Not to mention the years of hard work Mr. Yonkman has spent growing this elementary band program to numbers we have not seen before. It was promised 2 years ago that our district was rebuilding our music program. For the first time, the marching band even received a small budget from the district after being solely supported by the band boosters all these years. We cannot slide backwards now. It's unfair to the music and band student population to cut their programs and ruin possible future opportunities, including scholarships and affecting career paths. You're telling them they're less important, and that's heartbreaking. We need to do better. Our district motto and mission states that the mission of the Northern Lehigh School District is to provide a safe school climate where everyone is valued, respected, and included. And that really should mean everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Noah Stetler.
Hello, my name is Noah Stetler. I'm a sophomore at Northern Lehigh High School and a returning drum major for our marching band. Ever since 4th grade, I've had a passion for playing music. I'm a trumpet player, having 3 different music teachers in my time here at Northern Lehigh has taught me a lot. And the main thing that has taught me is how to adapt and lead the change. Having Mr. Yonkman when I was this big, Mr. Carroll when I was this big, and then now this big, Mrs. Tanzos. And finding out that she was going to have a child and become a stay-at-home mom really hurt. But we always adapt to change, and here we are. Just because she is retiring doesn't mean that we can take away her position just because of our debt here at our school. You guys just went through all the things that you don't approve and that you don't recommend we take away. But why would we recommend to take away what we like to do? With our Slatington Elementary Band, over 100 members, many of them being our younger siblings. I have a younger brother in that just joined percussion. He really looks up to me, and one of all of these guys. They don't have anywhere to go after they spend their time at the elementary school, and with Mrs. Tanzos leaving and not hiring a 7 through 12 music teacher, it would really hurt our band program. Band is a community, and like many things, when someone's having a bad day, we comfort each other and we ask what's wrong and what we can do to make it better. And that community isn't just Northern Lehigh. It's schools from all over Lehigh County and surrounding areas. When the board proposed to get rid of the 7 through 12 music teacher position, there were people from many different schools writing letters of advocacy and asking what they could do to help. And that really goes to show how band and music is really just one big family. If what I've said here today really, I hope we take away one thing, and that's to obviously keep the band program alive, but the school district in the boardroom says living, learning, and leading to make every story better. How would getting rid of the 7 through 12 band program make our stories better and support what we like to do best? Thank you.
Thank you, Noah.
Noah, you said you were a sophomore?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say congratulations. When I was a sophomore, I could never have stood up and done anything like that. That was really very nice. And I noticed you didn't read it either. You were speaking, and thank you very much. That was a nice presentation. Thank you.
Next, we have Robin Ugardis, also to speak on the budget.
You're going to say it wrong. It's okay. I'm used to it.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely no problem. Like all the other moms, I am a band booster mom. Also, I'm vice president of the board as of today. I have a unique ability because not only do I have band members, but I have IEP kids. So taking away from not only band, but our paraprofessionals is not where we need to be looking. They are definitely needed in our school district. I also have the opportunity to be a PTO board member. I am in the schools and I see what goes on during the day. And these principals and teachers need the paraprofessionals on top of the kids need the extracurricular activities. I have the unique 2 children have been through the band program. Both of them have went through Mr. Yonkman, and now Carol and Miss Tanzo. My son is now at Kutztown University studying to be a music education. Would he have done that without our music program? I'm going to tell you no, because his freshman year, he had no idea what he wanted to do. He was not a sports kid. Band made him who he is. He is a strong leader. He was your drum major for 2 years. He is now 3 years. He is now going to be a sectional leader at Kutztown. If it was not for our band program, he probably would have not tried cross country track and field, theater, all through his high school. That is due to their leadership, and then made him who he is. I now have a second child in 6th grade who wants to do the exact same program as his brother. And if you take that away, he will not have that ability. On top of the fact that he is an IEP and needs the paraprofessionals that you were also talking about taking away. There are other ways the district can, like Mr. Jackman said, come up with a way to fix this budget. And it should not be taken from our children. Because every one of these children work hard, as I've seen myself. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Damian Group.
I'm up here to speak on behalf of the Slington Elementary School band. Why would you cut something that's dear to us? Because there are tons of other things that we can also get scholarships to. Not just varsity sports, but also band. We could become a teacher like Robin's son is going to become. And after this year, I'm a 6th grade band member. So next year, I might not have what I've been practicing for. I've wanted to be in marching band since I joined this band. And also, Mr. Yonkman's one of the best band teachers that I've ever had. Well, the only one I've ever had. But the best one I could ever have. And I was thinking about quitting at one point. And he encouraged me to stay with this program because I'm a really good player. I practice hard to do something I love. And I might not do this anymore if that gets cut. I feel like this is a heartbreaking moment when I found out that you guys were considering cutting our band program. And this might, I've been practicing hard not to get, how do I say this? Not to leave this band. I've wanted to do this my whole life. And now that it might get cut, I might not be able to do something I love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mrs. Mary Frank.
As a taxpayer, a parent, and a teacher in this district, my perspective on this issue is consistent. No one expects to approve every decision made by administration or board. There have certainly been times where I have disagreed or felt discouraged by the direction taken. However, one thing we cannot ignore is that this administration and board successfully grew the district's fund balance, and that achievement matters. What I keep coming back to, though, is this. What was that fund balance built for, if not to help us navigate difficult times like this? We have millions of dollars in reserve. We have built those reserves before, and with thoughtful planning, we can build them again. But this conversation is more than balancing numbers. It is about understanding the difference between schooling and learning. Schooling is the structure and training we provide, but learning is what our students carry with them long after they leave our classrooms. The true outcome of education is not simply completed coursework or balanced budgets, but the development of young people who can think critically, solve problems creatively, and apply what they have learned to their future. The best educational environments ask students not to produce one answer, but many. Creativity, innovation, and human progress have always depended on the ability to question, remix, imagine, and create new possibilities. That is why programs that support these things matter so deeply. The business electives and our band program provide students with perspectives on life, purpose, emotion, and humanity that science, math, history, and language alone cannot fully provide. They help our students understand not only the world around them, but themselves within it. Instead, our students are watching adults debate on how best to save money by leaving important positions unfilled or undervalued. Positions that directly impact programming, support systems, and opportunities for children. The students are watching, and they feel the uncertainty that comes with these conversations. Moving a teacher only fills a spot that was already there. It does not expand the offerings. Ooh, I can't read my handwriting, hang on. or give the kids what they're asking for. As both a mother and a teacher, I am deeply concerned about the mental health impact this instability and uncertainty is having and will continue to have on many of our students. These are not simple budget decisions. They are decisions that shape the daily experiences, support systems, creativity, confidence, and well-being of the children in our schools. I urge the board to prioritize students by filling the positions that directly support their learning, growth, and well-being, even if that requires temporarily drawing from the fund balance. This district has already demonstrated the ability to rebuild reserves responsibly, and I believe we can do so again over time through strategic planning and careful decision-making. There will be future opportunities to identify savings and make adjustments in ways that do not immediately impact students. Right now, our children need stability, support, and adults willing to invest in their successes during a difficult moment. A plant's leaves reflect the condition in which it grows. We cannot expect students to thrive if the systems supporting them are weakened and rotten at the roots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. Next, we have Mrs. Michaela Tanzos.
My name is Michaela Tanzos, and I am currently the 7th through 12th band director here. As I prepared my remarks for this evening, I really struggled with what was most important to say. I could begin by discussing my decision not to return here next school year and how that decision has weighed heavily on me. I find myself wondering whether our students would be facing this uncertainty if I had made a different choice. I could talk about the fact that I work in a district that encourages us to put family first. Yet choosing to stay home with my child next year has come with a level of guilt that I never anticipated. No educator should have to feel this way, and no family should have to choose between supporting their own child and supporting a program that they deeply care about. I could talk about how difficult it is to see a position and a profession to which I have dedicated my education, my training, and a career reduced to a matter of convenience. Music education is not interchangeable, it's not an extra. It is a specialized field that requires expertise, commitment, and years of preparation. When positions like this can simply disappear through attrition, it sends a troubling message about the value we place on the arts, the educators who devote their lives to them, and the students' lives that they touch. But tonight, what matters most is not how this decision affects me. What matters most is how it affects our students. I could stand here and share research, statistics, and data demonstrating the academic, social, and emotional benefits of music education, but numbers alone cannot tell this story. What I find most important is how this situation has made our students feel. The moment it was announced that it was an option, something changed within our schools. Students who once entered the band room laughing, sharing stories, and excited to make music together began walking through the door differently. Their voices became quieter, their heads hung lower, and the energy that once filled the room was replaced with uncertainty, fear, and disappointment. At the last board meeting, the question was asked, how will this affect our students? But the reality is that it already has. The impact is not a future possibility, it's happening right now. Students are questioning whether the program they love will continue to exist. They are wondering whether the place where they have found belonging, confidence, friendship, and purpose will still be there for students to come after them. For many of the students, band is far more than a class. It's their community, it's their safe place, and it's where they learn discipline, perseverance, teamwork, and resilience. It's where they discover their voices and build relationships that last long after graduation. When we discuss budgets, staffing, and organizational structures, it's easy to focus on numbers, but behind every number is a student. Behind every program is a child whose educational experience is shaped by the opportunities that we choose to preserve or eliminate.
Tonight, I ask that we remember those students. I ask that we consider not only the financial implications of this decision, but the human ones. Because the true value of this program cannot be measured in dollars and cents, it's measured in the lives that it changes, the confidence it builds, the community it creates, and the opportunities it provides for generations of Northern Lehigh students. Our students deserve to know that the programs that matter most to them matter most to us.
Thank you, Mrs. Tanzos. Next, we have Mrs. Ashley King.
Good evening. Normally you get my husband, today you get me. I strongly believe eliminating the business position and business classes would be a mistake and a disservice to students. My son will be a senior next year, and if I'm not mistaken, he only needs 2 credits to grad. I can't even read this, hold on. However, he is now required to take 6 credits. When business courses were introduced as an option, he was excited. Elective opportunities in our district are already limited, and business is a field he plans to pursue after high school. Removing these courses does not solve a problem, it shifts it onto the students and staff. Students will be forced into classes they may not want or simply need to fill schedules, while teachers may face increased class sizes and additional strain in courses that may already be near capacity. At a time when students should be encouraged to explore career pathways, reducing options sends the message that programs connected to pathways, career readiness are expendable. What precedent does this set? If business education can be eliminated today, what program is next tomorrow? I also find it ironic that we were even considering eliminating business education, a program that teaches budgeting, financial responsibility, planning, and workforce preparation, while the district continues to struggle with financial planning and resource management on their own. Like many taxpayers, I manage a household budget. I understand that difficult decisions sometimes have to be made. When money is tight, the answer is not to repeatedly reduce opportunities for children or expect taxpayers to continuously absorb the consequences. Responsible budgeting requires planning ahead, prioritizing needs, and being held accountable. Taking away educational opportunities from students is not the answer, nor is continuing to place additional strain on taxpayers, especially in today's economy. I do understand there's a fund balance. I'm not certain what portion of it is unassigned or unrestricted. I strongly urge the board to seriously examine every option available, including whether some of those funds can be used to stabilize the current budget while a sustainable long-term financial strategy is developed. More importantly, I urge the board to prioritize protecting academic and career-focused opportunities so students are not paying the price for financial shortcomings. Our students deserve leadership willing to protect their education instead of balancing budgets on the back of student opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. King. Next, we have Mrs. Katja-Bender.
Good evening. I will try to speak up since the mic doesn't work, but my high school experience in things like band and theater taught me how to project my voice on stage without a microphone. So hopefully it'll come in handy tonight. Last year I stood here before this entire school board, at least most of you. There was an election in between. And I encouraged you to increase taxes as necessary to meet our budget requirements, so that we would not be sitting here with a budget deficit in following years. The board chose not to do this, and here we are. But instead of 30 irate senior citizens, we now have an entire music student section here, suffering the consequences of all of your decisions. I understand as a taxpayer that we don't all want to pay more taxes, but the harsh reality is that when we only take into consideration the squeaky wheel, we hurt our students. A school district's first and foremost responsibility should be to the students of their district. There are 17 districts in the Lehigh Valley. Of those, we are the third smallest. This gives us a lot of unique opportunities, including being a close-knit community and working together to resolve issues and promote the success of all of our students. I have 3 children in this district. Their future success is obviously my personal priority as a parent. However, their classmates' success is also important to me because as a member of the community, I'm going to be relying on these people who become adults one day to handle the society that I live in. If they are poorly educated and do not have well-rounded education, I will suffer the consequences as well as many others. While we are the third smallest of 17 school districts, our superintendent is the 5th highest paid of those 17 school districts. Now, I'm no math whiz, but that seems a bit off. And I sat at this year's school board meeting and watched every one of you board members unanimously vote to keep his contract as is, and nobody questioned the salary that we are paying. We are trying to cut nickels and dimes from a whole list of things that immediately and directly affect no one but our students. At the same time, only one non-recommended suggestion was made to reduce spending at the upper administrative level. This is unacceptable for taxpayers and for our students. Teachers went to school to learn how to teach. They have degrees in how to educate our children. If upper administration were to vanish, a teacher would still be capable of teaching. But if teachers were to vanish, upper administration wouldn't have anything to do. It's time that we start putting our money, our resources, and our energy into the direct effect of our students and our community instead of filtering it into unnecessary pay and positions that our teachers are perfectly capable of handling without. We have been kicking the can down the road for many, many years with a lot of things, and several of you board members are responsible for this, as you have been on this board for that same number of years. Tonight was another example where our technology department, our buildings and grounds department discussed the lighting for the stadium. Because we chose not to address this a year ago, the cost has now increased. This happens time and time again with our maintenance issues. Let's put it off. Well, now the cost has increased, which is normal. Everything has inflation, as do the costs for a school district. Without raising taxes, you cannot keep up with that inflation. Finally, I would like to say that I am 100% for the reduction of Chromebooks in the classroom. Instead of cutting programs like music and business, which are shown to make people more productive after graduation and to increase grades during their time in school, we should be cutting our extreme use of Chromebooks in the classroom because study after study is showing that the more time students learn from a screen, the worse their educational outcomes are. I encourage you to consider cutting Chromebooks through 6th grade
10 seconds.
instead of cutting important positions within the classroom, which includes our paraprofessionals, who are some of the lowest paid in our district, and cutting them is the least amount of assistance to this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Next, we have Jennifer Cunningham.
I'm another one of the proud band parents here. I grew up with a mother who was a high school science teacher, so I know the teacher end of things and how finances are difficult and budgets are hard and all of that fun stuff. And I also was a band member as a high school student, and I know what joy you get from being part of that group, especially when you're not a sports person, because not all of us are sports people. And many times money is thrown towards sports, and the art programs suffer. There have been many studies, as Denise Minnick mentioned, showing that music helps cognitive development, which helps your test scores, which also affects funding from the government. Students who have gone through the band program, if you've seen all the spring band concerts where they talk about all the seniors and what they're doing and what they've done, there are so many achievements and they have such bright futures from what you hear. It would be a real disservice to everyone if you got rid of the instrumental program. It would take away something that our school offers, that many schools offer, would make it a less desirable school district to move into. If I were looking to move into a school district right now, and I saw that there was no instrumental music program, I would not move there, because it is an important thing to me that they have this, which then has a snowball effect on the community. If we're less desirable, less people want to move in here, you have less revenue coming from taxpayers. I think it would be a real disservice to all of these students losing that program, but also our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Next, we have Amanda Lindenmoyer.
Good evening. My message is simple. This group of kids who are typically outcasts, the forgotten ones, the misfits, those who feel like they don't belong, you can see they found a family, they found each other, they found a purpose. Please evaluate your budget. Make considerations in other areas besides the band program. Music is a universal language. These folks know how to play it, they know how to sing it, they know how to use it for their own therapy, for their own enjoyment, and for their life skills. Decisions are being made based upon their ability to be able to learn, grow, and lead. Career decisions are being made as a result of this program. Please consider continuing keeping the band program. They need it, you need it, we all need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindenmoyer. Next, we have Zoe Freed.
Hello. My name is Zoe Freed. I am a freshman by the end of this year, and I would be one of the 3 drum majors that would be next to come up in this next coming season.
Speak up, please.
I would like to have a counter argument against cutting the budget against the band program. Personally, from me, my story was I came from a family of musicians. Specifically on my mom's side, she was throughout chorus all of her life and even considered a theater major, while on my dad's side of the family, his family was all for music, loved the way it worked, loved how it sounded, and rubbed off on my dad, who went off to do beautiful church performances back in his day, which influenced me to come and join that. So at the age of 4, I decided to start doing piano lessons. I decided to be like my dad, to be like my parents who had this musical background that made them who they are. And that's where I knew music was my thing. I would sit down and I would just feel everything working inside of me, and it gives you the best feeling in the world because you are there in that moment and you're doing great at something. So when Mr. Yonkman came up to me in 3rd grade asking, "Oh, do you want to be in band?" My mind exploded. As that little kid, I was like, there are more people like that? There's more people who actually get that same feeling and want to play music and want to do great at it, sign me up for that. I absolutely want to do that. So when I was there were people like me. I felt like I fitted in for once, and actually had a community that actually cared, that actually respected my decision of being a musician. And with the teachers, they've improved me. They've uplifted me. They've made me go off to create my own songs and musics that I've performed at concerts before, to get the confidence to even go out in public and actually perform something that I did. And to hear that applause just because I was able from all this band program to actually get the confidence and go out and do that, that says something. So again, if we're looking into the future of our band, let's look at the elementary school. You've seen the numbers there. You've seen how much they've grown. And that's pretty impressive, if I have to say. But again, if we eliminate the 7 through 12 band program, where do they have to go? What extra money do they have to chip in for that? Because we decided, oh, well, let's just choose that because that was the simplest option to cut another position. Because again, where can you find good music careers if we eliminate the most general and the most used program that we have here? If we eliminate that, think of all the older people that graduate through high school and have nothing to put on their resumes for their music careers because we got rid of it. How are we supposed to help them for what they actually dream and want to do? And specifically for our band right now, what do? We have nothing then. And especially as a high schooler, you can drop out of things so quick at the speed of light. And the thought of the band program just not even being there, what are we supposed to do?
1 minute left.
I just don't understand this decision, and I really hope you reconsider this. It changes many lives, and I would really hope you don't change the ones that it's already changed and the ones that it has to come. Our band has a lot of potential, and I really hope that you guys can see through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Next, we have Melody Lindenmoyer.
Good evening. As you know, my name is Melody Lindenmoyer, and today I would like to share some of my personal experiences being within the band and how I implore you to continue this program to give students the same opportunity I have been given. I've been a part of the band program since my 8th grade year and up into my continued current senior year. During that time, I have assumed the roles of section leader, secretary, vice president, and drum major, as well as participated in almost every single band outlet that was available. For me, the Northern Lehigh band program was much more than just a club or a sport. Growing up, I didn't always have a place to freely express myself and was often tormented by several of my classmates. Band gave me a place where I could be myself without fear of judgment and know that many of my peers feel that same exact way, as shown by the sheer amount of us that have shown up today, including those who have graduated years in advance. I was fortunate enough to have access to music and instruments through my father, who played in various professional bands. However, I know that not every single student has those opportunities. For many students, the band provides a free and accessible outlet to explore their creativity and discover passions they may have never found out otherwise. High school is a time where people learn about themselves and experiment with new interests. If you take those opportunities away, they may never find out more about themselves. Through band, I have found some of my closest friends and couldn't even imagine my life if I never met them. It is because of our band program that I am who I am today. And I am incredibly grateful for those opportunities, friendships, and experiences that it has given me. Our program has inspired my future career as a music therapist, and I know for a fact that this program will continue to inspire many other individuals if kept. I would never have made the decision that I have made today in order to further my life indefinitely. I ask you to just keep this program. It is an insane thought to me that it could be taken away from us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melody. Next, we have Matthew Corrupt.
Good evening. To the Northern Lehigh School District, I would just like to say thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. I will try to keep my remarks within the time allotted. My name is Matthew Cora, and I am the proud father of 3 of your Northern Lehigh students. Both Madison and Samantha have been members of the concert band since 4th grade. Then they joined the middle school, high school marching band in 7th grade. Madison continues to be in the high school concert band and is also in the jazz ensemble. Samantha is a proud member of the Color Guard. And Matthew, more than a couple of weeks ago, applied for the concert band at the elementary level. As you can see, I am a doting father, and I am proud of my children and their accomplishments. However, my pride is extended to all of their peers of the music and band program. From learning music in 4th grade to further that education to the middle high school level, and to be disciplined enough to perfect, to perform, and to demonstrate what they are capable of. And there is more. These students go to community events during the school year and even during their summer break. The older kids take the time during the summer to volunteer and help the teachers at the camps. They help the elementary school kids stay in tune with their instruments. Speaking of giving up time in the summer, these kids take the time to start also learning their new drills and music for their season, similar to the time the football team puts in during their break. I hope that this alone has your attention. The responsibility and passion that our future residents of our fair boroughs have taken on just as students. They are taking the time to inspire their fellow younger classmates to follow in their footsteps and to keep the music and band alive, even after they have taken their final bow for the season. If I haven't gotten your attention, then how about this? Let's talk numbers. In public record, there are a total of 56 students from the Northern Lehigh School District that now attend a charter school. Currently, the base rate of $17,719 per student is paid out of your budget to the charter schools. Again, as a public record, Northern Lehigh is paying $992,264 per school year for those 56 students to attend a charter school. Now, I'm not a smart man. However, at the end of the day, even the average person can do the math and see that this is a lot of money. Not a very good business deal, in my opinion. Cutting a program such as music or any arts program makes our school district less competitive in the school choice arena. Right now, there are 27 students here at the school district that are enrolled in the music and band program. If even half of those students leave and go to a charter school that will offer a music and arts program, that will cost the school district another $230,000 and $230,347. That math adds up to almost 5 teachers' salaries and benefits. Also, what would a well-funded, well-rounded music and arts program do for those kids that are already in charter schools? Could we make Northern Lehigh competitive? Even just bringing 4 students back, that would make more than pay a teacher's salary and benefits.
1 minute left.
I'm sorry?
1 minute left.
Now let's talk numbers that will equal the dollars and cents. Test scores. Students show that the studies who participate in the music art program at scoring up to 57 points higher on the SATs, verbal, and 43 points higher on math. And the students show even more. Students are roughly one academic year ahead in English, math, and science, and their attendance is better. That means more kids walk down the aisle in a cap and gown. Now, how about that? Higher test grades equal more state funding. More state funding equals more programs, and more programs equal more teachers. See the domino effect that is heading in a positive direction? I just have one real quick closing statement, and that is this. We, the parents, teachers, and yes, you, the school board, took an oath. No, we did not stand in front of everyone to recite this oath, but we all took this oath. It was the minute a child was brought in front of us to care for, to teach, to mentor. Our oath was not to leave them behind. By leaving them behind, we are all sending a clear message that we have given up on them. This is the message that the school board is sending out to these students. By getting rid of a well-built and functioning program that has inspired at least 27 students and the students before them.
Donna?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you're over your time. I thought it was a short statement, but thank you for your time.
All right, then to the school board, thank you. Hey, you wanted a chance to write a song for all to hear? Well,
Thank you,
here
sir.
it
Thank you,
is.
sir.
Up next,
Make it as-
we
make it a
have
good one.
Up next, we have Storm Van Norman.
I don't know how loud I can talk. Good evening. My name is Storm Van Norman, and I'm a freshman at Northern Lehigh High School. I also attend LCTI for Automotive Technology during half of the school day. I've been involved in band since 5th grade, and I'm here tonight because this program has had a major impact on my life. When people think about band, they usually only see the performances. They see us at football games, competitions, concerts, and parades. But what they don't see is everything that happens behind the scenes and everything band truly means to students. They do not see the hours we put in outside of performances. They do not see us practicing during the first week of July or the long 8-hour rehearsal days we put in to make our performances successful. They do not see how we spend nearly our entire summer together, working hard, supporting each other, and growing as a group. Through all that time together, band becomes more than just an activity. It becomes a family. I have participated in 4 years in marching band, 3 years in jazz band, 3 years in percussion ensemble, and 5 years in concert band. Band has been a huge part of my life and my growth as a person. Through band, I've learned discipline, teamwork, responsibility, leadership, and dedication. I've learned not only how to become a better musician, but also how music affects people emotionally and mentally. Music brings people together in a way few other things can. Band is more than just rehearsals and performances. It's a family. We spend countless hours together working towards something bigger than ourselves. We laugh together, celebrate together, struggle together, and support each other. Some of my best memories and strongest friendships came from this program. Band does more than perform music. It helps create school spirit and community. We lead the parade of graduates through all 4 schools each year, helping celebrate the senior class. At football games, we play music that brings energy to the crowd and supports our cheerleaders, athletes, and school community. We play our alma mater while people come together, link arms, and share school pride. We show up for pep rallies, community events, and school traditions because band helps bring people together in a way that few other programs can. Even students who are not in band are impacted by the music, spirit, and traditions that this program brings to our schools. Band gives students something to be proud of and something bigger than themselves to be a part of. Recently, I experienced a health condition called Amplified Musculoskeletal Pain Syndrome, AMPS, that took me out of school and sports for a period of time. I had been a team captain on my soccer team, and suddenly my condition took me away from soccer and the active lifestyle that had been such a major part of my life. Even when my health condition took me away from sports and other activities, band was still there for me. My bandmates checked up on me, helped me carry my equipment when I struggled, and made sure I still felt included and supported. It gave me support, encouragement, and a place where I still felt connected and valued. That meant more to me than I can fully explain. Programs like this do not succeed on their own. They need strong leadership, guidance, and educators who are committed to students and the future of music education. Not rehiring this position would not just affect performances. It would affect students, opportunities, mentorship, and the overall strength of this program for years to come. The value of this program cannot be measured only by performances or budgets, but by the impact it has on students every single day. Future students deserve the same opportunities and experiences that so many of us have been fortunate enough to have. Band changes lives. I know that because it changed mine. For many of us, band is not just something we do, it's a part of who we are. I respectfully ask you to consider the impact this decision will have on current and future students, and to continue supporting the music program by rehiring the secondary music and band director position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And last, we have Naomi Wenin. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Oh, cool. I didn't think I made it up there. It's called Naomi Winch.
You're the only Naomi here.
Fair enough. Come on now. I was going to raise my hand to speak.
Nope, you're on the list.
Thank you so much for keeping up to date on that. I was a little tardy getting here. So I'm Naomi Winch. I'm the annoying person to you guys all on Facebook, and I apologize if anybody got hostile to you guys. Administration, I want to thank you for recommending to keep the business and the music program. I sincerely appreciate that that's your recommendation. There is no doubt in my mind that none of you want to kill the band, right? There's no doubt that you don't want to kill business. You're here for our kids. That's why you volunteered to be on the board. And I know this because I did it myself when I lived in East Penn. You're here for the kids, and there's no doubt that you want the best for the kids. And there is no doubt by just the sheer numbers of how many kids and parents have shown up here today, how many people have expressed to you on your email, but also online, that the community overwhelmingly expects you to pass this budget with these programs in mind. We value band, music, and obviously the business program as well. As we all know, there's not too many jobs out there that don't require some business understanding. And so it's probably a good idea that our kids get a good foundation in it. You guys have wonderfully invested in the primary music program. Mr. Yonkman is literally a rock star for the district and to our school students. He has made the band a place where the cool kids go. And I am so proud that my two youngest, I have 5 kids, only 2 of them are in the district right now. And both of them IEP kids are so into the band. My son, who's right there, it's Hayden Winch, by the way. He's a natural athlete. Everybody would have pegged him to be playing soccer, and he does play soccer too, playing baseball, all that stuff. But no, he's a cool kid. He's a band kid. He can't wait to try out for ensemble next year, for choir, and for the marching band. And I'm so proud of him, and he's dying right now with his head down. Luckily, my daughter can count on 1 more year of band. And that's pretty sad. All right, sorry, I had to just turn my phone back on. I just have a few thoughts for things. I try not to repeat what everybody said to you, and I'm trying not to repeat what you've already done in terms of your budgeting, but here are just some other considerations that may or may not be fruitful. I'd like you to look at the Bulldog Academy numbers. Does it make sense to continue this contract with the IDU? It may or may not. At one point during COVID, we were so terrified of hemorrhaging kids out to charter schools. Now, are we still hemorrhaging those kids in a real way. I mean, I know we are with the charter schools, but let's be honest, our program at Bulldog Academy cannot compare to the charter schools that are online out there, and it just isn't comparable. I do understand the need for Chromebooks for testing for grades 3 to 6, largely because of, the state funding the state testings. But I'd like you to consider looking at it. Is there any other subscriptions that go along with that? Because the reduction of the Chromebooks in these grades is a really great idea.
1 minute left.
So if we need that for the test, great, but if not, maybe we can lower some of those costs. I don't know anybody that loves Canvas. Google Classroom is free. The $300,000 math curriculum, can we write it in-house and pay our teachers extra over the summer? Are there any positions or expenditures originally budgeted with ESSER funds that may no longer be necessary? Please vote to keep the music band at business and paraprofessionals, and continue your hard work on the budget deficit. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes a list of people that signed up for.
Sorry, I didn't get to sign up, but I was wondering if I could speak.
I'll default to our committee chair. Typically, you have to be on the list.
I did sign up though.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Reese Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Reese. Yep. Yep, Reese is on the list. I apologize for that, Reese. All right.
Hello, my name is Reese Johnson, and I'm an alumni here at Northern Lehigh High School, graduating class of 2025. I served as the drum major here for 3 years, and when I learned that the music program at both the middle school and the high school could be terminated after the school year, I was shocked. I didn't believe it. Music was a core part of my middle and high school experience. Many students find their passion in football, soccer, and other sports, but that never truly was me. I participated in many sports throughout elementary school and a little bit in high school, but I never had like the deep connection I do with music. While some students dream about scoring the game-winning touchdown or hitting the winning home run, I felt that same excitement or rush marching onto the football field at halftime or performing at competitions. Without the band program, there would be no pep band at the football games, no music at the pep rallies, no performances on Memorial Day or the Halloween parade, and no band at graduation or any other school functions that we are asked last minute and we say yes to. Music is woven into everyday lives, through the alarms that wake up in the morning, to the jingles we hear on the radio, to the songs we listen to while studying in class. It is everywhere. If it were not up to this program, I would not be the person I am today. Music was my life throughout middle school and in high school. I participated in percussion ensemble, jazz ensemble, marching band, concert band, county band. If there was a music opportunity available here, I was in it. Because of those opportunities, I discovered my passion for music education and pursued a degree in that field, the very possession that is now at risk at being eliminated here. Music education teaches valuable life skills that extend far beyond the classroom. It develops teamwork, communication, leadership, responsibility, and discipline. In marching band and concert band, we learn to perform as one group. We must play together, move together, and work together towards a common goal. When someone makes a mistake, we are there to help each other improve, not to criticize. We communicate, support one another, and grow both individually and collectively. For students who want to take an even great responsibility, music programs offer leadership opportunities. Serving as drum major has taught me how to be a leader, mentor, and role model. Because of the experiences and leadership skills I've gained through Northern Lehigh Music Program, I am now one of the trumpet section leaders at the marching band at Kutztown University. Music opportunities do not end after high school. Just like athletics, there could be college, there's NFL, there's MOB. There's organizations for music, like the Drum Corps, DCI, allow musicians to perform and compete at the highest level. There are also countless career paths, performance opportunities, and professional gigs that involve music in the real world. When I look at students currently learning under Mr. Yonkman, I see a program full of talented and passionate young musicians. There was one here today who spoke, and it was amazing, whatever you said. Great job. I could have never done that personally at your age. And that just shows that it's not just the community, or it's just the kids in band in the upper level. It's also affecting the little kids who want to keep pursuing in the thing that they love. Mr. Yonkman is an exceptional teacher, and his students are learning so much from him. However, if these students graduate from this program and more in the middle school, only to find out there's no music program waiting for them, the growth and opportunities in music can come to an abrupt stop. Why would you start something and then 3 years later you would not have any school part of it? There's lessons, but those cost money, and thank you. And some of us don't have the extra money for tutoring or stuff. I personally never had an individual teacher, so the school was the only lessons or form of music I've ever had. It is unfair to the students who are here today, but also future generations of Northern Lehigh students. Every child deserves the opportunity to pursue something they're passionate about. If Northern Lehigh hires a dedicated music teacher and builds a program that receives the same support and enthusiasm as Mr. Yonkman's program, I truly believe music at Northern Lehigh can thrive rather than disappear. I ask you not to do this for me. Do it for the students you're here today. Do it as teachers that I am learning that we don't do it for ourselves, we do it for our students. You said that you were not... Okay, thank you.
You may finish your last statement.
All right. You guys did say that you guys would not cut the middle school program for competitive, which, okay, that does make sense, but then you guys possibly could cut altogether for the music program. And it's just showing that you guys, or I believe that you guys believe that it's more important, that sports are more important than the arts. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reese. Double check again. Mrs. Culp, that is everybody that has signed up.
So at this time, I'd like to open it up to the board. If anyone has any questions regarding the presentation or any... I'm sorry, did you want to ask the student to give him the option? To speak? I'm sorry, is there a student who wanted to speak?
I was the only one.
I'm not a student here.
So he's not a current student, he's a graduate. And I'll default to the chairperson.
We listen to everybody else. I'm not going to... I come on up and...
I appreciate it. Thank you.
They said that this is all going to stay, right?
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I know I didn't sign up, so it's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but I was very inspired by most of these kids that I don't even know because I graduated 4 years ago. So, yeah, even though I don't know most of these kids, I would still do anything for them. I'm really proud that they're here fighting for what is right.
You have to speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. So, I'm not trying to be bleak, but for us, for you guys, this is mainly a numbers thing. But for us, something like this is a matter of lives. It is life and death. Speaking personally, I know that I would, quite literally would not be on this planet if it weren't for music. I would not be here. You guys wouldn't have had me in your classrooms. You would know my parents for not the same reasons that you know them now, for being involved, for being my brother's parents. If it weren't for music. And I'm really disappointed too that paraprofessional positions are being cut, even if it's through attrition. I'm really disappointed that those are being cut because I know that my family and my brother would and so many other families and siblings would not be here today if it weren't for those positions. I have friends who wouldn't be here if it weren't for music. I myself have a disability. My brother has disabilities. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for the community that we all have built here. Some of my teachers were quite literally like second parents growing up. Some of my brother's teachers were like second parents to him. My brother's classmates wouldn't have the skills they need to survive on their own if it weren't for the work that the paraprofessionals do, quite frankly, for a starvation wage, if I'm gonna be real. $30,000 is shameful, and I know that's probably higher than most paraprofessionals get paid in this state, which is a whole nother problem entirely. But yeah, I just wanted to say that this isn't just a matter of cutting costs. This is a matter of cutting opportunities. This is a matter of closing off chapters of people's lives. This is a matter of ending people's livelihoods and ending people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levandular. So that's our list of people that signed up for this evening. Mrs. Culp, I would propose that administration needs to leave here tonight with, much clearer direction on what you would like us to work on between now and Monday evening. And I believe a way to start that is maybe to go back to some of the slides that had the series of proposed deficit reductions to consider, and then, just kind of have the committee talk through what do they want the administration to continue to work on.
I do have a question as we go through, so that
Sure.
the last dollar, what is the last dollar amount that you had given us after the cuts? I'm trying to figure out what the final.
I think it's like 190.
So
Is it
it's
the 189?
190?
That includes if the school board decides to not renew the employee on the emergency certification and not fill the current, or what soon to be current secondary music and band instructor position. That's $189,861. Just please be cognizant of what administration is recommending to not do on that slide.
So my question is, does this still include a tax increase to the max and fund balance utilization?
That is correct.
Well, go ahead, Mrs.
Go ahead. No,
Go ahead. You go ahead. You're our business director.
And so, yes, that does include the 4.37 blended tax increase at the max, and it does include utilization of fund balance for all of these one-time purchases, including FICA, PCERS, medical, and debt service payments. However, Dr. Link had mentioned that maybe we want to hold off on doing the ones that were highlighted in yellow. I think Dr. Link is getting to that page right now.
Page, which page?
Right there. 15? Thank you. Page 15.
Thank you.
Yep, the yellow items, we're recommending not pursuing this year, and in order to preserve some more of our fund balance. But yes, that bottom number of 189 does include the tax increase. That was approved at the preliminary budget.
I was just curious as to what the actual fund balance was going to cover. So that was the other slide you showed before, which has the FICA, the PCERS,
Right.
medical.
Yeah, so it's roughly around 1.2, but when we take out some of these other items for the, where we're gonna add back in revenue that is missing, because if we eliminate like the department chairs and some of the paraprofessionals and stuff that were in there through attrition, some of the medical offset and the retirement offset will be decreasing from fund balance because we won't need that much money to cover those.
How about page 8?
What about page 8?
Is that included or not included anymore?
Page 8 is included, so it's cumulative from page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11. All of those totals are included on page 13. You have the total fund balance, total building at 358, the salary and benefit reduction at 396, the increase to the lost revenue that we're not going to see at 213, and the revenue increases of 255.
So we're looking at all of that.
So and by included, just to be clear, we mean as a way to reduce the deficit. It's
Right.
included in deficit reduction planning.
Right.
And how about the MOU?
There is no movement on an MOU.
Okay.
Yeah.
A point of order, are we going to get a chance to ask questions, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing now.
Well, we are, but how is this going to work?
So what I was recommending was for us to be able to go back to the slides with our recommended actions, and then for the committee to have that conversation.
Okay.
But of course, I will default to the chairperson.
Am I understanding that there's committee members that would like to comment before we go and do that process that Dr. Link has proposed? Tim, would you like to?
I would like to ask questions on certain slides, but I just want to know how we're going to get there.
Thank you.
And when are we, what are we doing?
Nothing up front, but if we're going to just.
I can't hear down here, what?
I would like to address some issues on this, some of the areas.
So why don't we do item by item and go from
Or
there?
at least page.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go through the presentation, Dr. Link, and then folks can make comments as we go through.
Okay, so some of the earlier ones were a reduction of 2% in each building level budget.
And I asked last month, and I probably shouldn't have, but asked the principals how this was going to impact them. My question is, I know that teachers have a budget that they get. Is this going to reduce the teachers' budgets then too? By reducing a 2% in each building? I mean, how is this going to impact the buildings?
I'll let the building principals respond to their individual buildings. We can start at Mr. Schneiderite's building.
Yeah, Mr. Weber, I'll come up here. For my 1,333, I don't anticipate, taking that away from classroom supplies, most likely. It'll come out of either professional development, where if a teacher would like to go on and do a professional development session of some kind. If there's no money for it, then that will not occur. But right now, it won't proactively take anything away from what teachers are going to spend on supplies for their classrooms.
Mr. Briner.
Good evening. At Slatington Elementary School, the $1,600 will not be coming out of what is budgeted for teacher-related things. It's earmarked. I have that money actually earmarked for a specific security camera that I wanted to have installed at the building in an area to make it a little more easy to see. And so I was going to remove that from the budget.
Is that going to impact safety in the building?
We don't have it right now, and so there are times where it becomes very difficult to kind of see in that particular area, but I have two other cameras that can see it. It's just they're not at the best vantage point.
Can we possibly move one of them?
I'm sorry.
Can we possibly move one of those cameras? Would that help?
It's possible that we could discuss that, but again, I think if we move it, then we have an issue in a slightly different area. But again, this is something that we have been dealing with, and this is something that we were just looking to improve.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Good evening, everyone. So no, the reduction at the middle school budget will not impact what has been available for the teachers. The area that I'm looking at is money that was earmarked for presentations or assemblies that we might look to have. So what my proposal is to take a look at being a little bit more strategic, what maybe is free out there, community resources that can come in and fill that gap.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Dr. Biley.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Weber. So mine is the exact same answer as Mr. Williams. It is nothing that would impact kids, curriculum materials, teacher budgets, anything like that. It's money that is within, you know, the budget that we actually got back from eliminating a partnership that was no longer, you know, impacting kids. So we have that money available. So it will not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Biley.
So if I'm correct, take that 2% for each of those buildings, it comes to about $7,000. Is that what we're looking at?
This sounds about right.
Okay.
Are we on the canvas now? Is that?
So the next item would be the Canvas platform, and then the one after that would be the one-to-one Chromebook at the K-2.
So my question for the Canvas platform, how are we going to address what Canvas provides us now?
So I'll ask Mr. Schneiderite and Mr. Pine to be prepared to answer that question.
So Canvas right now is less utilized at Peters proactively than it is at the middle school, high school level because, you know, we've got 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Canvas is used as a strong communication tool. We use it to create and share out newsletters, but we have a plan in place as an alternative. The big consideration then is what happens on a virtual snow day or a virtual instruction day when we're not sending Chromebooks home and we do not have a place for them to go on those Chromebooks. So right now in kindergarten we have a plan for kindergarten students who it's more of a proactive plan using basically sending them work home when it's known ahead of time, or planning for, you know, the once in, you know, every 2 years emergency, something happens and we have to cancel school and it's not pre-planned. You know, almost in a way, sending something home for them in case that that occurrence. So it's about being proactive in that way.
Mr. Pine, anything you'd like to add to that?
So just if the board will remember, when we actually adopted Canvas, it was a directive to set up an LMS K through 12. So we did bring Canvas in We did bring Canvas in K through 12. We honestly have found, as we suspected then, that there are other platforms that actually serve that age level better. We use Canvas very much in the K through 2 level as a parent communication tool in order to communicate to parents with weekly newsletters and things that are going on in the classroom. Moving forward, we would substitute that with actually already available free tools that are, to be honest, really better suited for the grade level, such as Class Dojo, which people remember from days of old. And then the other thing, Mr. Schneider and I were just talking about this today, is perhaps using Google Classroom, which is a little bit more user-friendly at that level. It has less sophisticated features than Canvas does, as a possible supplement as we're looking at you know, those virtual instructional days and other features we may be looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Pine.
I have a question in regards to the whole Canvas for K through 12. Is there free platforms out there that we could be utilizing instead of paying for Canvas in total? Because why are we paying for something if there are free and better things?
Sure. So, I mean, I would say better. I don't know that I would say there are better platforms out there. Canvas is, it's sort of top of the line. I mean, everyone remembers what happened about a month ago with the security breach and how many schools and universities that impact, which is a signal of its place within the environment.
Okay.
We did use Google Classroom before, and that is free within our Google Works suite. A couple of things with that, again, just refresher on history. We did not feel like that was serving us as adequately during the pandemic. And so in some ways, the switch to Canvas was a response to not wanting to end up in a situation again where we felt like we had something that was inadequate to such a rigorous task. In addition, at the secondary level, Canvas was actually already a favorite at the high school pre-pandemic. Again, we went to Google Classroom as a unified platform during the pandemic so that every parent, every student was seeing something similar. and then we decided to switch over to Canvas and LMS. So the short answer to your question is yes, there are available options out there that are free. The long answer is that, especially when we're looking at that transition as we go up with each and every grade level, it's a heavy lift. It's going to be a heavy lift to transition teachers from content that they've created in Canvas. And as we go up those grade levels, there is more and more of that. I think K through 2 right now is so clearly on the table for us, because if we were actually looking to remove Chromebooks K through 2, that would remove one access point to Canvas. And we think that we could do just as good of a job for free with a product like Class Dojo and possibly Google Classroom. It would mean that we're sacrificing being on one unified platform for an LMS, but I actually think we could handle that at this point. I think that we could handle a transition from Google Classroom to Canvas over the course of a student's career in school.
For the remote classroom, are you using Zoom with Canvas?
We actually don't do much in terms of remote classrooms anymore. We were using Google Meet throughout the course of the pandemic, and that is what we have as a free service with Google Workspace. We do not have a paid institutional subscription for Zoom.
Within Canvas, you're using that?
Within Canvas, if at all necessary, which again is not. We don't have virtual instruction happening like through Canvas at all.
So when we have virtual school days, you're not using that platform?
They're using Google Meet.
Google Meet.
Yeah, and they can simply provide links or calendar invites to students in that. So that can get delivered a handful of ways. Yes, directly through features in Canvas, but more often in the landing page that teachers keep that actually pushes out that information for what they're doing each week.
So can't we use the
Google all the way through 6th grade?
Again,
And save us money there.
Is a possibility. The value, so I'll say this, I know $1,683 already as we were looking at it does not seem like much. I think it was very quick, easy, low-hanging fruit in that we knew that we could move that without much disruption to what's currently happening. As each grade level goes up, that disruption is going to get higher and higher.
How many platforms do you want them to learn?
And not only that, but again, with how much teachers have already put into that learning management system, Canvas, with how much they've built out in response to the directive that we have everyone operating within it, I feel like I would be very uncomfortable asking them to take a hit on all of that work as we move up through that intermediary set of grades. Could we? I mean, I think we could explore it further. I think that when we're looking at the amount that we would save, the cost would be greater. The cost in human pain and human challenge in making that move would be greater than the value we'd get.
If I could just add to that, this is the platform that most students are going to see when they matriculate to college. More than half of the universities across the United States use Canvas, so again, it's a preparation tool for college and career as well, so for the college aspect.
I would strongly caution the board against doing multiple building levels, certainly the first year. We are already planning to do it at the K-2 level for Canvas and the one-to-one Chromebook model. I respectfully request, if that's the direction you want to go, you allow us to do it at K2 and assess and evaluate how it's going so we can better prepare, if you would direct us to push it up through the grades.
I would just be, only looking at up to the 6th grade. I do agree that as you go into the colleges and stuff, the Canvas is the platform to be utilized. But if there's a savings up to the 6th grade level, that a significant savings that, we could look at other, like the Google. But I know if you go into 7th, 8th, 9th, I would suggest definitely keeping our Canvas. It is definitely being utilized, so.
Yeah, and I can absolutely prepare numbers for the update this week in terms
That
of
would be
what
great.
that actual savings would be. But I actually do appreciate Dr. Link's comments that if we were going to move in that direction, that not be something we immediately pull the trigger on. So that way there is the
Agreed.
ability to evolve into that transition.
Right, I agree
Along
with
with that is if you did look into that, I know that teachers have put a lot of time, like you're referring to, putting lesson plans in Canvas. I mean, how great an ability would we have to move those lessons out of there
No, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. That's actually what I was referring to earlier in terms of
I
those
thought
pain
you were,
points.
but I
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
clarify that.
It would take a lot. It would take a lot of work. We'd have to dedicate, I think, probably a significant amount of professional development time to facilitate some of that, to help them with some of that lift. And again, considering other professional development objectives that we have right now, particularly with the adoption of the new math curriculum and things like that, it would really be helpful for us to have some time to coordinate what that might look like to make sure that it's not a highly disruptive transition.
I think what the board needs to remember is this is for Peters only, the slide that we're looking at. It's not for the
Correct, yeah.
the other ones, so yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, I'll get you the exact numbers, but you could estimate about a 30% increase on that amount for what we would expect out of Slatington. Right, we have 3 grades at Peters, or a 25% increase on that amount, what we would expect to get for Slatington.
Thank you for clarifying all that.
Good questions. So here we have a slide that has 3 recommended options for consideration. Is there other questions, or are you prepared maybe to give some direction to administration on this slide?
I do have 2 more questions on this slide. The first one is with the Chromebooks, which I highly recommend elimination of the 101. But my question is the $70,000 savings, does that include still having a Chromebook carts so that teachers can utilize them?
And I'll have Mr. Hill.
I know that was discussed before.
Mr. Hill can address this question.
Yes, that includes, what we would do is keep 1 cart per grade level with approximately 30 Chromebooks in each cart. That way the students still have an opportunity to start to learn some technology, but of course it will be drastically reduced at that point. Also part of that as well is we would also go on to a 5-year replacement cycle, because the way it works out, students would need to get a new Chromebook in 3rd grade, and if you figured out 3rd, they would go up to 7th grade, that would be 5 years, and then 8th grade through 12th grade would be 5 years as well. So we would also increase the cycle slightly for the upper grade levels as well.
Good, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
Yeah, so you have to actually purchase new Chromebooks though for those students once they get to that grade level, correct?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 3rd grade. Yeah, so we would still do a lease, but again, we would be extending the timeout, so we would be purchasing less Chromebooks over the life of the purchases. Also, just to point out that $70,000 reduction, that is this year. Next year, we project that to be more of about $140,000 savings for next year. So there's actually additional savings down the road, and then it's going to peak out around there, around $150,000, $160,000. But yes, that's so you'll see savings down the road with that plan as well.
Anybody else have questions for Mr. Hill?
But I do have another question related to Peters. I had recommended last month that if the numbers remain low for enrollment for kindergarten, that we move a teacher from kindergarten to another grade level through attrition. I don't see that on the list. Is that something that's not being considered anymore, or?
Sure, so it's absolutely being considered. We just don't yet know where those numbers are for kindergarten enrollment, but I can certainly share that they are stagnant. It's an anomaly that the numbers are as low as they currently are for next year's incoming kindergarten class. So, Mr. Weber, that is still in the mix, but we would have to see where best to deploy that position to then.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is there any other comments from board members regarding this slide as far as direction for administration?
To provide direction, I would be in favor of going with these eliminations, since there's not a lot of impact to, the principals, as they said, reducing the 2%, and then the Canvas for Peters and the Chromebooks. I'm in favor of getting rid of all those. Agreed.
I think the direction you're looking forward.
I agree with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So,
That-
Mr.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Briner had shared his plan for that deficit reduction at Slatington Elementary. Any additional questions?
With that being a security camera, is there any way to move that to the technology side of it? That if he reduces that from his budget, I'd still like to consider if it's security related and having that added to technology. I know it doesn't wash, it's moving the egg, but,
Are you asking if Mr. Hill has that in his budget that he could
Correct.
fund that?
I mean, we might have that in the budget if we have extra money, towards the end of the year, we could certainly purchase a camera. I think it would be, wait and see if we have the money or not.
I think from a safety perspective, I'd like to have the camera.
Can I add that we're expecting that there will be a release of PCCD funds again for the next school year, and that comes under safety, physical safety and security. That's something that we will apply for that grant, and then we can potentially incorporate into that grant as well.
okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. So I think we're okay with this.
Yeah.
So
Is everybody down here okay?
Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wish we could see each other.
I know, it's very hard to see.
Okay, next, we have the middle school with also a 2% reduction, and then also to retain the music and music teacher, band director, and that really affects both the middle school, the high school, and well beyond that. That's a district-wide impact. But specifically for staffing, the middle school and the high school.
Oh.
Same as the secondary music band instructor?
Yes.
That's,
Same
that-
thing.
that's the
Yep.
same position?
Same position. I'll speak to this one. I am definitely in favor of keeping the secondary music director. My kids were in band, and I understand every story that I've heard tonight, and I 100% agree you need to have that. So I would not want to have you guys lose that in any way. But of course, for the 2%, I think that that would be okay to remove that.
I'm good for removing that. And I also would like to give my, first of all, congratulations on her baby. And second, that she had felt that she was leaving her kids down, really, I think, pulled on our heartstrings, and we're very sorry that you felt that way. But I'm also in agreement that we hire a new teacher, band teacher.
We'll go down the aisle here.
And if I can speak that too, I was in band when I was here. And I was in sports, but the memories I have more are being marching band, jazz band, concert band, all the different bands playing different instruments. And there's somebody that I know said this week that band is the soul of the district. And we can't lose that. I don't even think it's something we should consider.
Agreed.
It's like any other sport or subject, and I think that's something we should keep. Also, I think seeing tonight, I think every teacher should hold a baby when they're teaching. Because
Agreed.
when she came down, all these kids were looking at the baby, not at her. So, but yeah, I think we should keep the music program.
100% agree, yeah. I was against taking this out at the beginning of last budget, and I'm just glad to see that there's not a recommendation to do so, so I do support maintaining.
Agreed. I do too, and I think it's a testament to our students, the way they came up and presented themselves, the leadership capabilities, the lessons that they've learned, it's very evident. So I'm 100% in favor of keeping this position.
And I think as a board too, we want to apologize for putting that kind of stress on you guys. It's not something that was ever meant to stress you guys out. It was a possibility, and we are, as a board, I think we'd like to apologize that for the kids.
And I would just like to say that I would miss your summer rehearsals. I can sit on my porch and hear you, but I'd just like you to finish a song. Just once.
She lives near here.
Yeah, you're in my backyard.
Okay, so finish the song.
So it sounds like there's consensus for the 2% reduction and to retain that position, which will directly impact both our secondary buildings.
Yes.
I would also like to compliment everybody that spoke tonight, in particular our student body and recent alum. I've said this many times over the years here, typically during budget process. This is a community where we have very difficult conversations, and 99% of the time, it's done in a way that is civil and respectful. And that's not always the case in public meetings. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. Well done. Okay. Next, the high school. So again, a 2% reduction to kind of bring back a business education position that was here a number of years ago, but to be able to fill that through an internal transfer, as well as, again, retain that music teacher, band, direction. Administration does believe that this is valuable to the career pathways that we've been working on, graduation pathways as a whole, and this can result, right now we're looking closely at ways that this could still result in a reduction of a position somewhere else. But we kind of need to work through direction to know if we can get there. Okay, so.
I have a question about the business teacher position. So even though you're transferring somebody that has a certificate, doesn't always mean that they are experienced and can teach it. Are you confident that they'll be able to continue or produce a quality business instruction program?
Yes, this is an experienced business educator.
Okay.
That has also participated in the upper levels.
And then if this person's transferred, what kind of impact will they have where they're coming from?
So that's where we're going to need to continue to monitor the upcoming decisions, because it's likely that we'll be able then to be able to backfill that position with existing staff.
Could I also make a suggestion in regards to dual enrollments, where there are availability for kids to take business classes? I was provided a list, thank you, Dr. Stoker, for doing that information for me. But I noticed that there was a lot of business classes in dual enrollment. So these kids, some of these kids who are really interested in going down that route, I would highly suggest getting into the dual enrollment programs with LTRI-C to really get some strong knowledge of that, if that's your career choice and you want to pursue that through college and stuff.
But this would fulfill the career pathway that we just approved, correct?
It's going to make it much more robust.
I'm for keeping both positions. Is there anybody else's directive?
I'm in favor of keeping that, yeah.
As long as we're not going to put a hole in where that person's coming from, I think I'm in for it too.
It sounds like that's going to be taken care of.
And ideally, we'll be able to give that full explanation at the next meeting. We just kind of need to see where all this shakes out. But we're running multiple simultaneous scenarios to fill that.
Okay.
Do we have an idea of how many students it would affect?
Well, in the business end of it at the high school, it would affect every student that wants to take that course that may not have been able to otherwise, or it may have possibly needed to be delivered in a different method. At the elementary level, where this position would be coming from, right now, we're looking to be able to put another educator in there. I'll look to Mr. Briner directly, but we're still going to be able to run the class that person was in. Mr. Briner, any additional?
So right now, how is it going to affect students is really hard to say. It depends upon, because as Dr. Link said, there's multiple scenarios that are in play, one of which I think was also discussed, how things play out with the current kindergarten numbers. So it's hard to exactly say what, once A moves, what's going to happen would be. because it could be B, C, or D. But at the end of the day, the class is still going to be there. There's not going to be much impact, in
How many-
anything. It's just
how many
what
students?
is that going to look like?
How many students in a classroom?
Right now, 24.
And continuing with that number?
That is the goal. Certainly, there is a scenario on the table, depending upon how things pan out, that number in another grade level could increase. But again, that's one of the scenarios.
Thank you.
In order to make this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
So then, everyone here, is it directed to administration to fulfill those two positions?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide.
Okay, these are other department budget adjustments. The first line item, part of that is the K-2 Chromebook adjustment, but then that is also coupled with the E-rate adjustment that Mrs. Moltoris previously spoke about, which brings technology at the K-2 buildings for those two items to an $80,000 budget deficit reduction.
I think, Mrs. Culp, I can live with most of these on this sheet. I think most of them are just pretty simple. I'm not real comfortable with the public library.
Agreed.
I agree. I
elimination.
agree with that. I was going to speak to that too.
That
so.
would be one I
don't
might
decimate
have
the
some
library.
concerns over. I'd probably like to see that donation continue. I think the library provides a service, just my opinion, and, but the others, I can live with everything else on that page.
I was going to address the same issue, Mr. Green, and I don't want to repeat things, but I think at the last meeting also, I had spoken to about the library and that the service to the students, and especially with us lowering the Chromebooks, I'm not sure it's going to make a big difference, but bottom line is our students use that library and the computers because of the internet that's available to them that they cannot use elsewhere, and it does help for their research and so forth. It also is an important part of our community. We have many citizens using that daily. I can't tell you how many exactly are in there, but it's always crowded. And knowing that the state has taken away much of the funding, the library then is necessary to be funded by the school district and the local communities. With that being pulled, our library will close in a year, I guarantee you. I know the budget, I know where they're at, and they're struggling. I mean, basket bingos does not keep that library running. And so it's important, so I thank you, Mr. Green, for also helping to support that. But I do ask the board to reconsider cutting that from the budget.
And I'd also like to add to that, that we were given a grant through the borough of Slatington, but that's being held back because the borough hasn't done their audit. So that's a couple $1,000s that we're not getting the library from the borough. So to take this away would really, really hurt.
And that was to repair the roof.
And that was to repair the roof, yes.
Is there anyone here who is not in favor of putting the library back in?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we give them an extra 1,000? No, I'm only kidding.
Yeah, anybody have,
Yeah.
anybody have any other items on this particular slide?
I have a question about the transportation reduction. Can you kind of clarify that? I mean,
Sure. Our transportation coordinator is a magician. He has really, really been looking at every single run, every bus, every van, ways to eliminate overages. So in other words, to reduce the actual run times, so we don't have to pay the transportation overages. Looking to kind of strategically get children where they need to go by using a series of vans. And what I mean by that is whatever van's taking them in the morning may be different midday, may be different at the end of the day, but we're fulfilling our obligation to get the students to where they need to go. So really it was just constant going back and looking at every kind kind of transportation service we offer.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a question about the St. Luke's. Didn't I just read something in the paper about that? That they were now being charged where we weren't being charged before for the people?
No, ma'am.
I'm sure I read something about that.
No.
Okay.
If anything, we're going to get additional services at the same cost, which we were not previously getting.
Okay, I've got to find that.
Right.
Yeah.
I was sure I read that in the paper.
Anybody
It was
else have any
surprising.
comments on this slide?
What about the special education budget?
So
Right, though it's-
public,
it's not
yeah,
actually
public comment has closed.
$5,000.
I can say administration feels comfortable with what we have on here, so I would support what is on this slide.
What is maybe the better question, what does that affect if that budget line item goes away?
Mrs. Dada?
So that budget line item is for conferences, professional development. We've been trying to increase our library for testing of students, kind of cutting back on that and not getting as many new tests to increase our library of tests for the school psychologists. So that's where that 5,000 is from.
So it won't directly impact the students. Anybody else have anything they want to remove from here?
No, but I do want to say, I appreciate Mr. Lincoln administration going back, everybody going back and looking and finding places where they can cut. That's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well.
That slide's good.
We thank you for the library.
Yep, I have the library back there.
Okay, up next, we have slide 9, which is salary and benefit reductions. This is through a number of different options for the school board, and we'll leave that open to questions for the committee.
For the paras, the ones that
We are getting rid of are the ones that are not being utilized right now.
So, Mrs. Dada?
Sure, there are 4 positions that we're talking about. One is a para that I had on a bus in order to help a student with the transition back and forth to school. That person actually left, and we have kind of used 2 paras to cover that hole for right now because it was towards the end of the year, so we will not be replacing that para. There is one student that is not coming back next year that he had a one-on-one para. In November of next year, we will have another student graduating, or aging out, I should say, that had a one-on-one para. And we are going to take a para that left in the middle school and replace her with a library paraprofessional.
so that's not.
Going to affect any of the kids
No,
anywhere
correct.
else except the one-on-ones. Okay.
But there
Could potentially be a situation where someone moves into our district and we have to hire, so we always have to think about that, and that could affect us next year.
That's always something that can happen
Right.
and has happened in the past.
Okay.
And when that has happened in the past, we do have kind of 2 options there. One of which is to cover the bridge until the next budget cycle is the general fund, or the general fund balance. And then additionally, depending on the type of need that we need to meet, there's a system called access funding, which is can only be used to support children with disabilities.
Yeah, we want to make sure you're.
Yeah, you're covered.
It just happens to be a year where we have a lot of students aging out or graduating with one-on-ones.
Thank you.
So I have a question about the permanent substitute attrition. So I kind of know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Has the district looked at a sub-service that I do know that, or have heard anyway, that it's very successful in getting subs? I know as a past teacher here in the district that there's a lot of stress about not getting substitutes to fill in when you're absent. So we do have that problem already. By eliminating another permanent sub, I'm wondering would it be better just to look at a sub-service? Would that provide us a better opportunity to get subs in here when teachers aren't available?
So I can share that my past experience with sub-services, staffing services like that, the fill rates are not any better, oftentimes worse. But it is something, so I would recommend that we move forward with this. But it's something we can continue to look into. But, you know, we already have, a lot of the services from those sub-services is actually the calling of the subs and the scheduling of the subs in the morning. We do that in-house. As far as people in classrooms, I'm not certain that the fill rates are any higher than what we're currently doing right now. If the school board would like us to investigate that, we can investigate that further. But I would recommend going into this budget cycle that through attrition, this is an opportunity for us to not bring back a fourth permanent sub.
If we can, and I certainly don't want to do it during the budget process, but after the budget process is over and we're back into hopefully a better frame, can we look at how many school districts use that in Lehigh County? I think it'd be important to us to know that. And what the cost would be to do that kind of, I do know personally that it's very difficult to get substitutes. And whether we have a service or not, that may not change that totally. But if there's a more efficient way to do it, I would say we should start looking at that. And that's why I'm recommending that we at least look at the other school districts and see which ones have it. The bigger concern I have on the elimination of the substitute, because we cannot get substitutes, eliminating this position puts a bigger handicap on the principals and the teachers as far as providing education, and taking a teacher from their class and putting them to substitute for 1 or 2 hours is not beneficial, is not educational, and certainly is not helpful to keeping things running smoothly. So if we can at least start looking at that, because I think that we're here and we're talking, and many people are talking about what we need to do for our students. I think what we need to do is look at what the best we can do to keep the quality of education to our students, who are also competing once they leave here with other school districts for college, jobs, and whatever. So I certainly recommend whatever we're looking at, whether it be the substitute principal or the substitute teacher or anything else, that we look at the quality of education we're providing to our students. Thank you.
Do we have floating subs, or are they all permanent subs?
Well, we call them, they're permanent subs in the fact that every day they come into the district, but they may be in a different building, given what their assignment is.
So they're pretty much full-time employees, but they float around. But we don't have other people that we can just call?
Yes, we do.
Oh, we do?
We do.
Okay.
We do use day-to-day subs as well.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know what the big deal is if we have.
Because we
Yeah,
don't.
and
there's
Actually, we've had a bigger
Enough of
list,
them.
we've actually had a bigger list of guest teachers this year
Yeah.
that are on our list now.
Okay.
So we do have permanent subs, we do have day-to-day per diem subs, and we do have guest teachers. I have had our sub caller tracking throughout the year, on average, how many subs a day we need. And it's actually 2.9 subs, so it's actually right around 3. So we did make that decision using data. It's just not, a guesstimate of how many we think we need. Now, there are the days that obviously are higher, days that are lower, but as far as the substitutes, we've been able to pretty much fill this year.
Okay. I asked because years ago I was a sub at Bethlehem Votech. So if they needed a academic instructor, they called me. Yeah.
So we're looking for direction here on the items on this list.
The board, I believe we said was going to keep the business positions. That's this dollar right here, or no?
This is cutting the business position with the business position being filled through moving with a staff member at State.
Okay, but it's the position is.
Yes.
I'm in favor of everything on the list then.
Anybody else down there?
What about the paraprofessionals?
So again, public comment is closed.
We did just talk about that. This one.
So,
No, please, we want to keep the team.
So, go ahead.
So because you approved slide 9 as is, you don't need to look at slide 10 because that's just an offset to the revenues that are gonna happen because of the deductions that we did in slide 9. So you can really hop right to slide 11.
Okay, this has to do ways to, on the other side of the budget, on the revenue side of the budget, to increase monies coming into the district. I will put out there again that this is not a guarantee. We did not adjust up to the total possible allocation to the district, but we did adjust it up from where we were last month. So, Mrs. Molitoris, anything you'd like to add to that?
I think I said everything before. I think I feel okay with most of these. Again, as I said with the real estate transfer tax, that's based on, property selling, and it has been trending for the last couple of years more than what has been budgeted. And again, the basic ed and the special ed, that's all based on what the governor's gonna, be able to get his state budget passed, because fortunately, we never know that at the time we're ready to pass our budget. So just understand that if these don't come in and our expenditures outweigh our revenues, then we're looking at needing to use a little bit more fund balance than we did based on these revenues not coming in as projected.
I think, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask, how low did, I know you said it when you spoke, but
Sure.
how, with the projections, you didn't include so much of basic and.
Correct. There was $75,000 in basic ed funding that I hadn't budgeted. I put another 50 in there.
Okay.
And there's roughly about 40 of special ed, and I put 25.
Okay, thank you.
So it's still under what
Yep.
we're projected to get.
Got it.
Just that we're not guaranteed.
Right.
Correct.
Yep. Thank you.
You know I've advocated for this before. We fight about this all the time. And it's a matter of, if you don't get it, you take it out of fund balance. So, let's take a look at it here, and I'm comfortable with this. I think there's still probably, another, couple of bucks left there that we could probably come up with if we need. So I'm perfectly comfortable with the revenue increases.
And I'm grateful to the Education Foundation for their STEAM camp, again, with that. So, that being said, is there anybody who has any questions with what's on this?
Yeah, I have a question about that, the busing increase. Isn't that an in and out?
So we budgeted the expense side of it,
Uh-huh.
so I need to show the revenue side of it because we're receiving.
Oh, okay.
Or if not, it's not going to be an in and out.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Good to go on this one.
Good to go?
So I'm hearing consensus on this slide.
Yes.
On 11?
Okay, the next couple slides here are just kind of like a history of where we were in April to where we are, what we spoke to this evening. I will point out, because of the decision to retain the secondary music and band instructor, that number of 189,861, which is a deficit if they go to a 4.37 blended tax increase, is actually now going to be about $280,000 because we're adding back in that music teacher. Okay, so the deficit just went back up a little bit based on that. I'm hearing unanimous consent or support of that decision.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
The other one is to not reapply for the emergency certification for one of our instructors, and the way our numbers are trending in that department, the staff that we have available, we are very confident that we can continue to deliver those services by not renewing the emergency certified person.
I'm good with that.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So what, can you, again, tell me would be the final
So right now, at the June budget deficit, with everything that we just did, keeping that music position in and keeping the $5,000 back in for the library, it's at $277,084.
And that is our deficit after we take money out of our fund balance.
For the one-time purchases and debt service payment and PSERS.
And this also includes the 4.8%.
Correct. It also
increase.
includes the full tax increase of 4.37 blended. Correct.
Okay.
Can I,
Yep, go ahead.
can I make a comment, Mrs. Culp?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, and I guess I appreciate the one gentleman who stood up tonight, because I've said many times I'm not an educator, but I like numbers, and I like the fact that he brought that up. And I can change it here, but there's two numbers, I guess, that really catch my attention. And one was the budget shortfall of 189, which is now increased. And ironically, if you look at how much our fuel oil has increased from last year, you were looking at about 150,000 for that. So that took up almost the entire shortfall that we had on just one item. And we also had 861,000. If you look at our increases in medical costs, in retirement costs, and some of those other things, you know, you had 500,000, $500,000. So that was the majority of that. So a lot of these, I mean, I wish I could wave a magic wand and say this will go away, but it won't. And there are costs there that we have to cover, and I'm okay with that. I personally think we have kind of walked away from some tax increases that maybe we shouldn't have in the last few years. I think maybe it's time that we get serious. I guess ultimately I have probably three constituents, maybe stakeholders is a better word, students, staff, and taxpayers. Number one is students, all the way, and I can't walk away from that. Sorry, guys. I'm on the Northern Lehigh Board of Education. I'm not on the Northern Lehigh Taxpayers Association. And I want to see this stuff put back in the budget so we can take care of our students. That's what we're here for, to educate our students, not to save taxes, okay? To our staff, I want to see our staff have a happy and healthy environment. At the same time, you know, the job market is what the job market is. And I've said many times, if we have 3 openings and we advertise and we have 23 applications, then maybe we're paying a little too much. If we don't have any applications, then maybe we're not paying enough. And that kind of works itself out over time. It's not a big science. And I think we're treating our staff pretty well. I understand some of their, I worked as a custodian, so I understand what a custodian's job is. I've done that. I've done food services. I've been there. And I think we need to take care of those people. As far as the taxpayers, and I'm a taxpayer, I'm part of that group, but I think it's time that we need to pay that money as taxpayers. And I'm not gonna go into the whole 9 yards about it's time that the state bucked up, but it's time that the state bucked up and started to support education the way they're supposed to. But if they don't, then we've got to do it by our taxpayers, because our students deserve nothing but the best in Northern Lehigh, and I support that increase, the full amount. If that's what we have to do to take care of our students, that's what we have to do, and that would be my recommendation when we do the budget next week. So that's where I'm at.
So thank you, Mr. Green. So right now we're at 270,084. 277,084, the deficit with a 4.37 blended tax increase.
Yep.
To help, so that was just kind of a walkthrough of where we've been. Let's spend a little bit of time talking about the fund balance and knowing that, and I agree with some of the commentary this evening, that we do have a healthy fund balance. And there are times when years are lean that we're gonna have to access that. And I also agree we need to be making good decisions so we do not deplete it rapidly. I think we're in a position here where we can access it to address some of these needs without finding ourselves in situations like some other districts around the state where they're ready to go deplete their fund balance.
I think we could take $250,000 out of there, Dr. Link, without without really affecting our fund balance. You know, it's been increasing, and it's like $250,000 we got to take out. I think we can do that in order to keep those positions. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Mr. Green. So, but I think this is a year where we probably want to hit, or I should say, and I think this is a year where we probably want to hit pause and not do the items that are in yellow. So I'm looking for direction from administration, from the board on that.
I say that if the water softener at the, where is that, the slating?
That would be the high school.
The high school, is that the one that was necessary to be done?
That was the one that we were looking to kind of do this year along with Slatington. The Slatington quotes came in much higher than we had expected, so we're going to do Slatington. This is the building where our initial concerns were because of the incident at the beginning of this year
Right.
with how it may be affecting the plumbing
So yeah, the high school, I agree, needs to be done.
on the year that we're working on, this
Yep.
upcoming year.
Yep.
Okay.
The high school needs to be done. Slatington can wait.
Well, Slatington's already been approved. That's going to be installed in the summer.
Okay. So we really should have done the high school first.
I would agree with the high school one to be done, because if you just look at the recent lighting increase, you're gonna have the same thing happen the
Yep.
next time, and
That's true.
we're not talking $9,000, we're talking $75,000, and that keeps impacting itself. So every time we keep pushing this stuff down, we still have to put some of these repairs into the buildings that are still needing repair. So every time we push that stuff down, I am for keeping the water softener and waiting on the furniture at this time.
Yeah, I definitely want to wait on the furniture.
I agree with you.
Thank you for bringing that up. I would agree. You know, we've been kicking the can on a lot of this stuff that we should be doing, and it's only going to get more expensive, as somebody brought
The more
up.
you push it off.
You know, it's like, you can't keep doing this. I
You
mean,
guys okay with the high schools? Anybody against it?
against the water softener?
Right, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm in
Okay,
favor
I'm
of
just saying,
doing
I was
it.
trying to find
I'm-
the consensus from the board.
I'm in favor of doing it.
Everybody else okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So keep the water softener,
Yep.
do not do furniture.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, now we go into the list of items that administration was asked to consider. The first one is the elimination of Chromebooks through sixth grade. Again, administration is not recommending this.
Yeah.
We're not recommending anything on this next two slides here.
I think like, we need to kind of look at this, maybe not this year, but going forward, we need to be looking at up to sixth grade. You know, of course, 7th, 8th, 9th, and through 12th, we shouldn't, but just looking at, do we really need to have these going home every day? That's just my thought.
I would not
Along with
eliminate,
that,
I would not eliminate up to sixth grade. I would eliminate and use the cart as was suggested for K1 to 2, but not all the way up to sixth grade, no.
They have access to the Chromebooks in class, right? And these are for ones for them to take home to do homework?
No,
Yes.
it's the same Chromebook. They have it in school and take it home.
And take it
it
home.
back.
Yes.
Is it necessary that they have them to take home? That,
They'd still need it in class. Mr. Joyce, they'd still need it in class. It's the same Chromebook.
Yeah.
So your question is, do they need it to take home? Right now, a good part of the delivery model, especially for work outside of the school day, is through the Chromebook.
okay.
I get-
I'm learning.
I guess if you know how far, some of us had to fight years ago to just get Chromebooks for our students, and how good it was, not that we had the curriculum, but at least we had the hardware when COVID hit, and we had the Chromebooks for our kids, and now to take them away just doesn't make any sense to me. It's the future, it's where we're at. This is the old guy talking, you know, I mean, you guys need that stuff, you know, I just can't see eliminating it in the other grades, it just doesn't
So we're
make
just
sense.
looking at K-12, right? I mean, K-2.
Yes,
Uh,
K2.
K2 I can go along with, but 3 to 6, no, not so much.
Okay.
I agree. I agree, K2, but not 3 to 6.
Because what I'm hearing also was that for like 3 to 6, we have a set of Chromebooks for the grade, so that if 2 teachers need Chromebooks, that would not be accessible to them.
If you were to go to this model.
Yes, that's why, yes, I agree K to 2, but I do not agree with.
Another big issue is the state testing as well. Because you still have to have Chromebooks available for testing.
Right, well,
You still
yeah,
have to
correct.
purchase Chromebooks for testing, so.
And if we had to rent them for that time, we'd be deeper in trouble.
I just think it's something we need to keep an eye on. These kids are getting too much screen time, and it's affecting them significantly.
Adults are getting too much too.
She says as she pulls out her iPhone.
I think K to 2, see, we'll,
Just saying, their
Again,
brains are in
next year.
development.
Okay.
I understand that.
So what I'm hearing, it's just, because there's a lot of different conversations going on, and what I'm hearing is, don't do it this year, but continue to monitor to explore what it would look like in the future. Okay, thank you. All right, the next one was the elimination of really all transportation to and from school. Administration is really urging you not to do this.
No. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize this was on the table.
Brainer that it's a no.
I didn't know it was on the table.
No.
It's a no.
Okay, thank you. Next is the reduction of competitive middle school sports. Again, we are not recommending this. We think it's a negative impact on the feeder program for varsity sports and equitable access to supervised activities after school.
Agree.
Agree.
Okay, again, the next one is administration is strongly recommending not to do this, and this is an elimination of 1 support position in each school main office.
I say no.
I agree.
How many support positions are there in
Office.
It varies by building. Peters Elementary has 2. 2.
They have an administrative assistant
Okay,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
a support
Yeah,
para, so.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
There is a full-time person, and then there's a less than full-time,
Correct.
I guess what is sometimes called an office aide, but they do a lot. And then that's also the model at Slatington and at the middle school. At the high school, there are 2. There is 1 person that works the secure vestibule at the high school. And then the school guidance department has a support staff person as well.
I'm not for eliminating any of those.
I'm not for eliminating.
I agree.
Anybody else?
Because the jobs would be put on somebody else that's already overworked.
Well, so yes, and it's also, this is integral to coverage and making sure that the offices are staffed throughout the school day.
Yeah.
Because these people, they need to take their lunches, they are entitled to their days off, they get sick. Oftentimes we need them to support, like in other areas, if there's an event going on in the building. So it truly is a finely tuned system in those front offices.
And these people only work the 180 student days, so they're only here when the high traffic is going on in the office as well, which is students coming in for stuff.
That's a no. The consensus is a no.
I think we're all good down here.
You're good, okay. All right, the next one is the elimination of a position in the business or HR office staff. Again, that is a department where each position in that department has a very specific function, which they work at all day. So, whether it's on the business side or the HR office side, we are not recommending any changes to that system as well. That department, business/HR, went through a restructuring a number of years ago. It used to have 2 administrators, now it has 1. But what we did was bring in another support staff person to help spread out all the work that they do. We also went down a position in the food services department, which was like a clerical position, and the business office assumed the purchasing and ordering for the food services department was folded into the business office.
Paying of all their bills and all their revenues.
Yes.
We do all the office work.
So how many total staff are in the business office, and then how many are in the HR office?
I have, not counting me, there's 3 in my business office, 1 in my HR office.
Isn't that the one, Sherry, where a couple of years ago we looked at eliminating it, and we were so far behind on some of the paperwork
Yep.
that we were losing state subsidy, and it turned out that it was almost a free position for the subsidy that we were losing? Is that, am I correct on that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's, I mean, but they do federal programs, they do, I'm one person as an administrator of two positions within the district, that most districts that are around here have 2 separate administrators. So we decided to cut one of the administrators and give us the support staff that we needed. to keep the function going in the office.
Anybody's comments?
Nope.
Anybody against this?
We're good down here.
Good down this way?
Sherry, what do your 3 assistants, what are their actual jobs?
The one does payroll and benefits.
Okay.
The other one does the accounts payable and all of our purchasing and all of the revenues for the cafeteria side of things. The other one does all of the revenue, all of the taxes, and all of the federal programs and stuff for the general fund, and pays all of the invoices for the cafeteria program.
I'm not sure if a yes is a no or a no is a yes here. I mean, I'm not in favor of eliminating, so if that's a yes or no, whatever, but.
Anybody here? Over here, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we're good down here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one would be an elimination of an assistant principal. Specifically, the request was the elementary level. We are absolutely not recommending this. The improvements that we've seen in those 2 buildings, again, everything from, impact on operations, safety, student and staff support, instructional leadership, and the significant reduction in discipline referrals in both buildings, we would not have been able to achieve that without that position. This was, the exact reasons why the board previously, the members of the board that were here last year supported bringing this position in, and it is meeting those goals.
I'm a no to eliminate that position.
Right,
In my past life being an assistant principal, I know the value totally of an assistant principal. I also know the value of assistant principal to the entire student body because they do handle the discipline. They do help out with the teachers. They do relieve a lot of things that needed to be done that would be overlooked and could be a problem with safety even of our students. So I definitely say no.
I remember when you brought this to the board, you gave us a good reason why we needed this position. So I am no for getting rid of this position.
And I would say I would want to keep that too, based on the report that we received with all the information that, all the disciplines and things that were being done. I would say we need it.
Absolutely.
Anybody else comment? No? Stays.
Okay, thank you. The next one is the elimination of the Education, Technology, Curriculum, and Instruction Department. That is 2 positions, the Director of Educational Technology, Curriculum and Instruction, and then a Technology Integration Specialist. As you recall, these are positions that administration recommended that even after the depletion of the ESSER funding, that we continue to have them. Because the work that they do is just core to education, instruction, assessment, professional development, and selection of curriculum and instruction, as well as helping us make decisions on what platforms should we continue to use as far as software, what platforms can we try to build internally, which has been a direction that we are quickly moving towards. This is a position that at that time, the board said, no, we were making a deliberate decision to keep these positions. I strongly urge the board to continue to do that so we can continue to progress in areas and make decisions like, what do we do if we truly go K-6 without Chromebooks? How are we going to backfill that? What's the impact on curriculum and instruction? What's the impact on assessment? This is part and parcel to what school districts do. So I am fully recommending that these two positions are retained. I think we're in a position now with our budget as well as with our fund balance that we can continue to do this. So that's the administrative recommendation.
Do you foresee us continuing to have this department for years to come, or is this something that we would be considering to gradually wean out?
I will always advocate for the work that comes out of this department.
This is not something.
The school systems of 2026 are not the school systems of 2020, 2015, 2010. And I don't know that we're going to be able to go back there, so we need to be able to be prepared to strike that balance of what do we want to carry forward, what do we want to stop doing. A great deal of that work comes out of the two experts in this department.
Wasn't this position put in during COVID?
It was. Yes.
So once COVID was over, shouldn't it have disappeared?
This position has evolved into much more than just helping us find our way through a pandemic.
During COVID, I believe we had 2 specialists, if I'm not correct.
Actually, probably about 2.3, 2.5. There was one person that was doing that when their schedule permitted.
So we're down that right now, so.
I think as curriculum changes and we have to stay better at our education side of it to make those changes faster. And I think through Curriculum Council and some of the things that this area created a plan, I think our hope would be now that we have the baseline and the plan of the curriculum and where we are, we start to do those things that are going to save in the future. So kind of really coming through when we were talking during COVID, we were reacting to a function that occurred. And I believe now we have to become more proactive to utilize those tools that are available to us and utilize those things that are cost savings versus looking at this as a sunk cost. So I am in favor of keeping this particular position to help support the students, but also to help support the staff in building that curriculum to continue to make sure that we're providing the high-level curriculum that our students deserve.
I agree.
Please keep in mind that's the job of the assistant superintendent.
So we're done with public comment. So are there other board members that would like to weigh in?
I am not in favor of keeping that position.
I'm sorry, what did she say?
She's not in favor of keeping the position.
Mrs. Bilby, which position within that department?
The curriculum, the one that was created during COVID. I think if that job description falls under someone else's, then it needs to be reabsorbed back into that position.
There's multiple positions that were created, 1.3, 1.5 that's already been eliminated. And this job function is very much different than an assistant superintendent's job function. When they tried to house all of curriculum and instruction and the educational technology that existed at that time within that department, 9, 10 years ago, even prior to the pandemic, curriculum that we could find when I got here was paper in binders in a closet. Now, that's not to say that the faculty was not delivering curriculum, but it was already outdated. It was not in a way that was readily accessible to everyone, but also certainly not the way it is, available to the community out on our website now. So it's not the same job description as an assistant superintendent.
If you're looking to go from Canvas to Google, you're going to need somebody to write the programs, to set it up, and that's what these positions do. So where Canvas is already done, you just do training on it, somebody's going to have to write the Google program and the Google steps to go through.
Our faculty writes the content that they're putting into Canvas. It's not turnkey.
No, that's not what I meant. But the program itself is to make it work. Canvas is a little bit more done for you, more complete than Google is to.
This is the department that will.
And that's where we'll do it, yeah,
This is the department
absolutely.
that will lead that transition. They don't do it independent of everyone else, but they do it in collaboration, and they set the leadership for those type of decisions.
That's what I was trying to say.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
What would we have done if we did not approve that department when we did? What would we have done? What would we have done without Mr. Pine?
We would not have been able to manage the pandemic. I can tell you what we wouldn't have done.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have been able to quickly, and when I say quickly, I mean as soon as they said, start getting students re-engaged, we were ready to roll. As soon as they said, figure out how to start bringing children back in, some in the building, some out of the building. Because of that department, because of the faculty, because of the support staff, because of administration, we were able to do that. I don't say it was pretty. I'm not going to say it was neat, but we were able to do it in a way much more quickly than some districts that did not have access to that type of support, that type of leadership, and certainly that type of technology that was available that Northern Lehigh had. So again, administration is recommending that we do not eliminate the department nor a single position within that department. Again, these are decisions that we've already been through, we've already discussed, and administratively, we don't see that need has changed.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
May I jump in?
Please.
I think that the need has even expanded, if I can say that. The work that they do with our ESL students, the work that we're looking for them to do with our students in special education, to make connections to text, to help them understand math. They're just integral in the work that we're trying to do to make learning accessible to all students, to get everybody, to the level that they need to be. So they're highly integral in that process.
Okay.
So, is any other comments directed to administration? So, unless you have your answer to not cut the position.
Thank you. The next decision, kind of the move through, is
How much?
I don't know. I don't know. I'll look to the chairperson this evening if we want to open it up to discussion on, what a potential tax increase would look like in the upcoming year.
I think you're pushing it.
Or is that for Monday evening?
I think you're pushing that one.
Okay. And
I would also remind the board that we didn't vote on any of this. We didn't vote on any of this. All we did was took a look at it and gave administration direction on what we would probably be approving for a budget, but no one said we're keeping this, we're eliminating this, or anything like that. That's not what we did tonight. This is a committee meeting, and that's all we did. So, give you guys direction so you can come back with a completed document for next Monday night. Okay.
Thank you. Administration appreciates the direction, and we appreciate the discussion leading up to it. And that's all we have for Finance Committee.
At this time, I will have the finance committee meeting and turn the next over education committee meeting to Mr. Fedorkin.
Can we take a 5-minute break? Would anybody object to a 5-minute break?
No.
Okay.
It works out perfectly. The principal's office will
I'm gonna break.
Oh, I had to stand up before I. I'm bringing my tushy cushy with me next week.
These chairs are rough.
Oh, they're
I
hard.
was like, wow.
I hate metal
Shut the lights
chairs.
off. Yeah.
open up the Education Committee, and I'm looking at master schedules. I'll look to you first, Dr. Stoker, and you can take it from there if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Fedorcha. As you know, in February, we approved the 26-27 district calendar. And you can see over here on the left-hand side, we have the number of instructional hours for each of our schools, as well as the start and end times for the buildings. Our principals, as they do each year, really work through and look at the master schedule and see if there's ways to improve that. And we have two principals that have found some ways to change up their schedule. And in doing so, it's going to give additional hours to both Peters and to the middle school. So at this time, I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Schneiderite to talk about what those changes will look like at Peters.
Thank you, Dr. Stoker. Good evening, everyone. Just a reminder that at the last board meeting, this was also brought up as a part of the cost savings for transportation. The idea at Peters Elementary School is literally a beginning of the day 5-minute change that aligns with what Slatington Elementary School currently does. Their bell rings to open the doors and their bell rings to close the doors, and there's a 10-minute transition time for buses, students to come off of buses, as well as parent guardians to drop off their students. Right now at Peters Elementary School, it's 15 minutes. I worked with Mr. Wanamaker. We do not foresee any challenges with reducing that to 10 minutes to bring it into alignment with what happens grades 3 through 6. The result would be basically, I would look to change the handbooks, and we're going to look at those in a moment, to reflect it a 9 a.m. instead of a 9:05 a.m. start where the bells ring and the doors close. The great news is that small change, as well as an adjusting at the end of the school day, just to better back up to the end of the day, increases the instructional time at Peters Elementary School by 15 hours. So we're looking to, again, make the request to approve a new master schedule with an additional 15 hours approximately of instructional time at Peters Elementary School with that change in mind. So I'm not sure if there are any questions from the board. I know I brought it up last week.
Interfere with contractual issues at all?
No.
Okay.
Also, that, what you said you spoke with Mr. Wanamaker, so that does say then that as far as there's not going to be a conflict of getting the buses out.
We don't foresee that. Right now, there are only 3 buses that leave immediately from Slatington Elementary School to pick up at Peters, and all 3 of those buses are actually scheduled to be there before 9 o'clock right now.
Okay.
So
Good.
it would just be adjusting, and I think this is where the savings likely is. It's adjusting the buses that wait around to start their run to actually start it earlier to drop off earlier. So again, we don't know until the new buses are rostered, but there's no anticipation that that will cause any problems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schneiderite. Similarly, at the middle school, Mr. Williams is looking to change the master schedule, so I'll turn things over to him to explain those changes.
Yeah, and so for the middle school, it won't change when students arrive or when students leave. It's really what's happening during the day and shifting some periods. One of the things that we will be doing, though, is bringing back a homeroom. So to start this year, we eliminated a dedicated homeroom period in the morning. You know, we were really, I was in some of those conversations when it started, and we were taking a look at would that help with truancy and arriving late to school and things like that. Some of the things that we didn't anticipate, though, were some of the logistics that occurred when we eliminated that, where lockers are. You know, your lockers aren't necessarily where your period 1 class is going to be, for example. Getting materials handed out. When we have some of our schedule changes, when we have events going on, we have to take some extra steps for attendance. So, you know, in hearing feedback from the staff, they really wanted to have that homeroom period, that dedicated homeroom period come back, and we see value in that. And so in doing that, what I also did was have some conversations with food service, and where this kind of connects is they were talking to me about where our lunch period is. And with some of their staffing, for example, they had a staff member that actually leaves 15 minutes, their day ends 15 minutes prior to when our last lunch is still happening. And so we were able to make an adjustment, moving that lunch a little bit earlier. It's actually at the time that lunch used to be before we went to 2 separate student lunches. which we're not looking to go away from. That has worked out very nicely. It's getting it more back closer to what the lunch original starting times really were. So that has our lunch then end prior to that staff member leaving, as opposed to lunch continuing and that staff member was gone. It also had implications for our hall monitors who monitor our lunches as well. What it also does is balance out and get us a little bit more close to the high school in terms of when our periods are in the morning, when our win period is, and when our goal team period is in lunches, and then our periods at the end. And that's had some positive implications for our shared staff, and it makes it easier for us to share when we need to for those staff covering those periods. So where the change in the instructional time really comes into play is in adding back that homeroom. I didn't want to take away from the starting period of period 1. So we are going to be having all students now enter in through the main doors and start breakfast at 7:05. What happened before was we would have students who wanted breakfast coming in, and then any student who we thought didn't want breakfast was staying out or staying on a bus and not entering the building until 7:10. And we think that might have had some implications for breakfast as well when we were looking at our numbers. And so homeroom now would start, instead of 7:20, it would start at 7:15 with all students entering the building at 7:05, not just students looking for breakfast. When you do that, it adds 5 minutes to that homeroom. It does add another transition from homeroom to period 1, which is 3 minutes, and you end up with 2 minutes of instructional time every day, which in the end amounts to 5 hours of instructional time over the course of the year. So the other adjustment was where we put our win period. With our new Pause and Progress initiative that we're looking to expand that we talked about last month to 4 days a week, feedback from staff was it's been great. The students who have an opportunity to go and participate in some of those choice areas, they felt that kind of pairing it right with goal team or right with lunch was a nice transition instead of then going into like a period 3. So now our schedule goes period 1, 2, 3, then our win, our goal team and lunch, and then 4, 5, 6. So it really does split up the amount of hours from when you enter to when you eat lunch. So when you'd have breakfast to when you eat lunch, and makes it even from when you eat lunch until you exit at the end of the day. And it gives us a true nice split of our periods that we teach in the beginning of the day, that block in the middle, and then at the end. And we've done all this through collaboration with staff and getting their feedback. So the big change with the instructional hours is due to that extra homeroom that we have in that 2 minutes per day. Are there any questions on that?
Does that benefit any students that are going from the middle school to the high school?
So I don't think, so we won't know until it happens. Normally that's happening in the beginning of the day, so like that would probably be a period 1. So really, I don't think that it would help. It's really gonna help staff that are shared back and forth because their periods that they would teach now more aligned with like a block 1 that is really 2 periods because it's their block scheduling and we're periods. So I don't know that it's gonna help that transition for the few students that may go take a class at the high school. Because that happens either in the beginning of the day or at the end of the day.
Okay, not hearing any other questions, then the ask would be, is the board okay with us bringing the 26-27 calendar back for the board meeting on Monday for a reapproval with those changes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mr. Pine and the principals to talk about the annual approval of the handbooks for 26-27.
Thank you, Dr. Stuger. So actually, Mr. Schneider and Mr. Williams really took care of the most complicated parts of the handbook changes from what you may have seen last week when we sent them out. So we have linked in the handbooks, and then we do have in front of you as well paper copies of the reference sheets, or as we sometimes call them, the cheat sheets for going through the handbooks. So I'm going to actually in a second ask the principals just to sort of take the stage, figuratively, not literally, we're all on the stage, and just give everyone an opportunity to ask any questions they have. But I do want to just go over the common feature changes, the ones that might otherwise get repeated and things like that if we were presenting all this now. So the first one is that you'll see that the language has been added to where we have the board statement in relation to the handbook, saying that board policies can change what's in the handbook. There is now additional language about the state law and PA code and its impact potentially on the handbook, which we actually even saw this year with Act 47 and some of the issues related to like truancy and the ability to enter into charter schools. And that changed in the law but was not reflected in our handbooks. It is now, of course. You'll notice that there's removal of links noted throughout all of them, and that's because some of the transitions that we're going through in terms of our board policy warehousing platform, which I know is coming up in the next committee meeting, so I won't go over that, but we did remove all the links in anticipation of that being a problem. We have some information on there, 2 sections about virtual instructional days. One, just defining it as part of the options that occur within inclement weather planning. And then another section later on in attendance, which clearly defines how attendance is dictated on those days. We do have a section in there in every handbook about the Stop Finder app in order to inform parents about the app and about what its functions are and to invite them to be involved with that. We do have a change across all the handbooks about the language regarding harassment, disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, vandalism, and trespass, which was highly draconian and seemed like we were going to be putting kids on 100-year sentences for things in some of even our elementary handbooks. We've sort of tamed that language down a little bit, but then reinforced that it does include up to and including the extent of the involvement of law enforcement as possible outcomes. And then the last 2 things, every handbook will have a section on Act 47 talking about that issue regarding habitual truancy and the ability to transfer into a cyber charter school, and a section on Act 44 with consistent language about how the school district will handle the discovery of weapons and notification to the public. Again, another section that we didn't previously have in the handbook, and the law has changed over the course of this past year. So those are all the big common changes across, and I guess at this point we'll start with the high school and just see, does anyone have any questions either about, I guess, those common changes, but then also going into the high school about any of the changes listed for the high school? If there were none, then we'll move forward to the middle school, reviewing the revision sheet for the middle school, and any questions for myself or for Mr. Williams regarding changes to the middle school handbook. Okay. Then we'll move forward to the elementary schools, and we'll review the reference sheet for that, and then Mr. Schneider and Mr. Briner will answer any questions about any of the changes to the elementary school handbook.
Okay. Thank you for this. This is really helpful in looking at and knowing the changes particularly. So I do thank you all for doing that and looking at the changes that were made. Spent a lot of time, there was a lot of changes. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
So, do you want me to ask, or do you want to?
Oh, no, okay to ask, yeah. So then I guess the question is the school board comfortable with us bringing these forward changes and bringing forward the final revisions for the 2026-27 handbooks?
Yes.
Are there any no's? Not hearing any, I would say yes. Dr. Spencer, we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pine. And I believe that completes the Education Committee, and I will now turn it over to Ms. Huzak for the policy.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open policy committee and turn it over to Dr. Stoker for the policy discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. You're absolutely right, Mr. Jacobitz, I apologize. So we owe you back education.
Just a quick question with those reference sheets that you guys received, is that available to us as well too? Because I wouldn't be able to make a comment if I'm able to see it.
What they just walked through?
I didn't see it online.
So these will become part of the minutes for this agenda, which will be posted once
I'm just saying, for me to comment on the education committee, if I didn't see that, I couldn't make a comment, read it, et cetera. So I couldn't make a comment on that. That's just a general statement, so maybe in the future, those can also be handed out so the public can see it as well, so we can review it and make comment on it. Also, just in regards to, you mentioned virtual instruction days, but I just want to make a general statement that you're a brick and mortar school. So this kind of goes back to the educational director of technology. I understand that there's a need for almost like a hybrid with that, but I believe the primary focus should be on brick and mortar instruction and not necessarily, worried about Canvas and these other programs. Again, we shifted away from COVID. The one-to-one, the research is there that, especially for younger children, it's not good, especially for writing and for reading comprehension. So I don't know why there's such a focus on that. Like I said, I would urge the board to reconsider that. I know we moved forward past that very quickly. I think you're being misled by Mr. Link and some of the statements that are made. I wouldn't be able to make a decision on that unless I had the job description specifically of what people do. I don't know how you would just move past that and approve it without actually knowing what the person's job entails. So I'm going to ask, that you revisit that at some point before you vote to keep that position. Kind of sounds like I said. I don't think we need it in our district. We don't need an assistant superintendent, and we don't need a director of educational technology, whatever it is. The math curriculum fits in education here as well too. $384,000 is a lot of money. Has it been discussed to have our staff create it? Oftentimes we buy this cookie cutter curriculum from a curriculum company. I have a background of a master's in that realm, and it's not always the best. So have we visited that? Can we visit that? Can we ask our teachers, maybe they would want to do that instead of buy this curriculum? Has anybody had those type of conversations before we just drop $384,000, which again, we're pinching money to have those discussions happen? I know I'm not going to get an answer, but I guess it's rhetorical. Has anybody talked to any of the teachers to see, especially the math teachers, to see what they want to do? Or have you just made that unilateral decision without speaking to the staff? I'm a teacher myself. I think the teacher would probably want to make their own curriculum. But that's just my opinion on that. That's all I have for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jakovitz. And I do not believe Ms. Jakovitz is here anymore. She was the only other one that signed up for. Mrs. Frank, you kind of have like cross lines. Are you okay? Okay. And that was it for education, public comment this evening.
Like I said, I turn it over to Mrs. Cusack.
Sounds good, thank you. I'll go ahead and open policy. Dr. Stoker for policy 716.
Thank you, Mrs. Husak. This evening, we have one policy that's slated for a look and for reapproval. Policy 716, which is integrating pest management. And you can see the changes that are made to this policy. Just generally, some of the things that, it was last updated in February of 2002. The timeframes for notification for pesticide applications was changed in here. How long signage must remain in place after post applications. The definition was updated to align with the state regulations. And this is a policy that PSBA recommends for legal liability purposes. Does anyone have any questions on the changes to this policy?
Any questions? We okay to move this to board for next Monday?
Yes. Never knew we had a best management policy.
Thank you. The only other item that we have on here is really a notification. We use board docs for housing our policies. Board docs transitioned to a system called Diligent, and then PSBA moved away from Diligent, and they are offering different platforms that are available for us to do our policy work in. Some districts also use it for their agendas. We do not here at Northern Lehigh. So we were looking specifically at, continuation of using PSBA services, but what platform do we want to go with in order to do our policy updates? We've decided to move forward with what they're calling Keystone Agenda and PSBA Policy Portal. So it's just really notification that we're making that transition. We'll still get the same services that we got previously through PSBA, and that support to continue getting the updates and changing policy, but just a notification that we are going to look to transition. It's sunsetting at the end of the school year, so as of July 1st, we'll be looking to move forward with the new system.
And that will include good transition of the board docs into Keystone.
Correct.
Will there be anything on our behalf as board? Will we have to have new passwords? Will we have to have new sign-ins or?
So
Not-
we don't use, we do our own internal programming to access agendas.
Okay,
The only thing that we've ever used this for is for our policy maintenance.
okay. So it will not affect the board as far as
No.
getting information?
Correct.
That's all, thank you.
Dr. Stover, have they made it so it's easy for you to transition from the one system to the other? Like, you don't have to start from scratch. do you?
That's a loaded question, Mrs. Cullen.
I've been through this, that's
Yes.
why I'm asking.
So, the communication has not been as great as I think we would have hoped for it to be. They have realized that since, and they've made some additional trainings and provided some additional information and support. Also through CLIU 21, as different school districts, we've been having conversations with whoever the policy lead is in each of those districts to kind of determine what direction everyone is going. So we're confident at this time that we would like to move forward with this one because of the services and the continuation of services we'll get moving forward. However, initially, the communication was not great.
I was just hoping you wouldn't have to recreate things and you could export easily.
Correct, we should not have to.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions on that transition?
Any board member questions? Any public?
We have, Mr. Jackman has signed up to speak on policy.
I'll forgo this committee.
Okay.
Speak at the next.
Thank you.
And up next, we have community, I'm sorry.
No more?
That's
Other
it.
comments? All right, we'll go ahead and close policy and turn it over to community relations.
Okay, I will open up the Community Relations Committee meeting. Dr. Wick?
Dr. Stoker, can you put up community relations, please?
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to grab it. I don't have it readily available.
Okay, the first item on the community relations agenda is, again, a reminder that graduation is this Friday. It is June 5th, starting at 7 p.m. in Bulldog Stadium. We ask that if you're attending, please get there earlier, because we're going to try to start like we do every year, right at 7 with the students, the graduates, processing onto the field. If there is going to be weather that night, and I just checked it, there's like a 3% chance of rain that day, so we should be good. It's going to be a little warmer, but it's not going to be wet. But if that changes, then we're going to look at Saturday morning at 10 a.m. As the next opportunity, and then if we need to adjust throughout Saturday evening, they are starting now to call for some rain. Right now, all indicators are it will occur Friday evening in Bulldog Stadium. Board members, I think you received invitations directly from Mrs. Yoakum and Mrs. King.
If we're coming, where do we come to exactly and what
Sure.
time?
I would say be in front of the concession stand about 10 minutes early. We'll meet right there, and then you can jump right in line with the students.
I would also like to state, if you are gonna go as a board member, please let Dr. Valley know so they can have a seat there for you. Can get a little crowded up there where we have to share seats, so just let her know that you're coming and she'll have a seat for you.
And if you have questions on it, you can reach out to Dr. Valley or myself. Okay, the next one is the student photography company recommendation. As you know, the school board approved ending the contract with Life Touch. We've had a number of different vendors come in and present. We have narrowed it down to one. Actually, we've narrowed it down to Christmas City Studios, but our secondary buildings also use Jostens for the yearbook part of it. So we're exploring to see what it would look like if We did an early termination to the Johnston's contract and what type of fee would be associated with that, if any. And if there is, and it's reasonable, we're gonna recommend that we transition everything over to Christmas City Studios. That's the consensus from all the stakeholders, that kind of, you know, yearbook advisors, principals, our technology department. Is the recommendation is gonna be to transition it all over to Christmas City Studios. If we can't get out of those contracts, we'll let those naturally sunset for yearbook at the secondary levels, excuse me, and then fully transition over. And so we hope to have that on Monday night's agenda.
Any questions? Okay, if not, I will close the.
We're gonna, Mr. Jackfitz, would you like to comment first?
Yeah, I just have something quick. I'll just speak from here since the mic's not working anyway. Just in terms, I mentioned this earlier, but just for the right to know requests, like I said, the emails that I sent were for job descriptions, line item expenses, different things like that. I don't think it's, I mean, talking about community relations, I talked to everybody here today. That's stuff that we feel like we should be getting access to. I now have to waste your time, secretary time and money to do that. I feel like that should be available to the public. You should be able to always send that out, especially the job descriptions. I don't know how somebody would be evaluated as an administrator without knowing the job descriptions. The fact that I have to do a right to know request for that is kind of silly, honestly. And that includes Mr. Link's contract as well too. I didn't do that, but that came from the newspaper, that it was approved 8-0. Why is that not available? My question to the board, probably won't answer, is did you read the contract? Did you read Mr. Link's contract before you? Why would we have to do a right to know request to get that? What's in that contract that we can't see? I don't think that's right at all. Also, it's not a good look to not respond to questions. I watch other school board meetings. I know people on other school boards. I know other administrators. It's not a good look for our school district, just to sit there and not answer questions, to be honest with you. And I know all the students spoke tonight. It's a shame that it had come to that, where, again, if somebody apologized for it, but it should never have come to that, to have the students come here, that they felt threatened to lose either the band program, the business program, whatever. That's shame on you guys, the administration, for even coming up with that, because as many said, no local school district was threatening to cut that. Whitehall maybe, I guess, whatever. But that's not the norm, to cut middle school sports, to cut the band program, et cetera. So it's a shame that our student body, young kids as early as 6th grade, had to come out and speak on their behalf. You guys have to do better. They shouldn't have had to do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackfitz. And that is all that are here that have signed up for community relations.
All right, I will close the Community Relations Committee meeting. Good
We're
night.
done here,
Thank you, everyone.
yeah.
Have a good evening. Drive home.